全力走りたいしはトスなと君の生きりメニュー3など超えて叫べ桜風によく走りたいしはトスなと君の生きりメニュー3など超えて叫べ
Oh, yeah, give me a second. Just give me a minute. I'm just gonna do my dailies and we'll get the conversation. How's everyone doing this afternoon? I have not started building Grace at all. I'm just working for Dialin and I'm working for the other characters right now, like Banyu and such. Come on. I want to get all my dailies done today, so that way we can go into some conversations, if you would. God, I love them titties. Alright, did this 100 times. Yay, we got significant trust. Alright, that's done. Alright. Oh boy, how's everyone doing? Got one more thing to do and then we'll get talking. Hey, I just got all work to myself. That's done. It's Monday, so I want to get all my dailies that I normally would do out the way. Need to do that one too. All right, submit. Submit. The most boring, fucking, useless shit there is. Get your shit, guys. Come get your shit. Everybody, buy your shit. Buy my shit. Limits reached. Right, done. All right, we're done. We are done with that bullshit. Oh, we still got that left to do. Fuck. Just go to the interior. Go do one disc shit. Dun, 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 dun.
Feels like it's kicking in.
Let's do one disc fucking thing. Actually, you know what? I might as well just fucking burn some energy really quickly while I got a chance. Alright, did we get anything good out of this? Maybe.
It's all because of your gray eyes. It's all your fault.
Ma vie fade comme la poussière. Mon démon intérieur ne me laisse aucun répit. Les paroles malveillantes laissent des cicatrices profondes.
Alright, all dailies look like they're done here at this point.
Que puis-je y faire? Ma vie se résume à subir du mépris et à survivre dans la souffrance. Pourquoi est-ce à moi de porter le chapeau alors que je ne suis pas fautif? Noblesse et misère, serait-ce de la
Yeah.
Quel sera mon choix entre le chemin d'épines et celui de rose? Et au lancer de cette pièce, je céderai ou je résisterai. Si je ne suis que la marionnette de mon destin, quel est mon rôle dans cet intrigo où l'espoir est vain, est vain? Oh, death, I own my fate. Life, oh, death, I own my fate. Ma vie.
I get to go gamble for a minute.
Suis-je assez digne d'un bonheur et d'une chaleur éphémère? La vie m'admet les hommes avec ferveur.
Damn, none. Oh well.
Mais elle offre parfois des pièces par clément.
Alrighty.
I shouldn't exist. You're the magic curse that fate branded. You inherited the seed of evil.
Does it sound like Banyu? Does it sound like a Banyu track?
If it ever comes down to it, you must be the one. I wanted to believe you were different, but now I know.
Is this Hugo?
Quel sera mon choix entre le chemin d'épines et celui de rose? Et au lancer de cette pièce, je céderai ou je résisterai. Ce fil
Spin that.
pour une marionnette, ton cœur est le
I can get rid of that real quick. I'll wait on that. Maybe I'll get more batteries.
refuse d'entendre le son du blâme. Je veux que les pensées se tournent vers moi. Je crois en moi, je serai mon propre maître. Je m'en remets au destin, car il incarne ma volonté. Quel sera mon choix entre le chemin d'épines et celui de rose? Et au lancer
Give me a second here.
je céderai ou je résisterai à tous ces préceptes prétentieux. Je tournerai et déchirerai la page de mon quel soit
All right.
le chemin d'épines et celui de
Let me.
à ma volonté. Quant à moi, je suis dorénavant mon propre maître. I own my fate.
All right. Alrighty. So I think we got a couple of topics that we're going to discuss today, and I'm just gonna take the music off right here. So yeah, we got a couple of topics I think we're gonna go ahead and have a conversation on. Let me get my shit running right here. Bam. That way. Now you got the bang bow. You get to see the bang bow. Hi guys, it's the bang bow again. How you guys doing? Yeah. I like my bang bow about right here actually. Let me move about right here. I don't know if I like the web camera featuring of the bang boo or not, but oh no. Is the bang boo broken? No, okay. Get my eyes back to like they normally are. We don't need the shocked eyes. And thank you, Daniel Ray, for staying a proxy on the channel. So, got a couple of dilemmas that I am going to have conversations about here shortly. But pretty much, I don't know where to start at. I don't know if I want to start with the exploration conversation because something was brought to my attention earlier today, and I want to talk about it. It's none of my business to talk about, to be honest. None of my fucking business. But I feel like a door got opened, and I feel like there's opportunity to have a conversation. And relatively, I'm a little disappointed with some criticisms that I don't feel were particularly criticized, right? If that makes sense. Dare I say, I feel like almost like a St. Tontus style happened. But I'm not sure if we should go ahead and go straight into the heavy talk, or we should go ahead and have a little bit of a conversation in light to a smaller talk, and then build up to the bigger talk. So I feel like maybe we should just start off with the lower choice version first and really discuss pretty much something objectively a little bit different. Wasn't really going to discuss this, to be completely honest, but why the fuck not? This is something. Where's Evelyn? Evelyn got replaced with Monotone, motherfucker. Monotone's got some fucking nicer goddamn fucking pectorials, if you know what I'm saying. Fucking love that Monotone son of a bitch. Alrighty. Good day, proxies. Good day, good day. How is everyone doing, first and foremost? Like, how is everyone doing? You're all doing good? Hope you're all doing good. Hope all y'all doing great. Hope every single one of y'all is doing amazing. All right. Good day, proxies. As you all know, my name is Fox Soul, and I want to have a little bit of a short tangent of a conversation, and this is in relations really quickly to pretty much right now, before we get into our main talk on the live stream, I want to talk about the Game Awards. Okay. As we all know, the Game Awards have come through. We have a list of pretty much a couple different games, and let's go ahead and pull it up really quickly, right? Let's go pull up the Game Awards really quickly. And let's take a look at some of the nominees in different areas, right? The one that we're going to talk about, really, to be completely honest, is going to be the best mobile game, right? That's if the site actually works. Well, hello. Boy, you gotta love it when you click on something and something doesn't, there it goes, and something doesn't actually populate. So, not going to say that this is a big drama, but this is something that is being pushed through with certain other, I guess you want to say certain other fan groups and such, that they're making remarks on something. But as you can see, for the best mobile game nominees for this year, we have Destiny Rising, Persona 5, The Phantom X, Sonic Rumble, basically Horse Girl. I can't even pronounce the game, but the Horse Girl Pretty Derby game. And we have Wuthering Waves. That is going to be nominees at the Game Awards show. So, topic of conversation that we're having here is that there has been, and I'm pretty sure you guys have seen it, if you haven't been hiding under a rock, but there has been some people remarking about the absence of Hoyoverse. And dare I say, some people are like, oh, Hoyoverse not coming in. Ooh, you're going to recognize greatness because Wuthering Waves is in the category for best mobile game. Well, first and foremost, let me explain something here from last year really quickly. Anyone remember the Game Awards of 2024 and how Wuthering Waves and Zenless Zone Zero both lost to a card game. Yeah. Like, to be completely fair and honest with you, my first criticisms to the people who's going against Hoyoverse and such, you do realize just because Weather and Waves is on this list, this is not like it's a public vote. This is not like you, me, like our vote actually completely matters. Because if you actually go take a look really quickly, and I'm going to open it up real quick, open up a new tab. That's if it actually loads up. For some apparent reason, the site is acting the ass right now. I guess there's so many people on here voting and such. But if I'm not mistaken, the players vote, like when we are actually coming here and we're selecting our votes only count for 10% of the total value of all the games that we vote for. Because, dare I say, Game Awards actually has judges that particularly pick their games. Now, I did a little research. I was taking a look like, damn, yeah, this is kind of weird to see that, you know, Genshin Impact, Honkai Star Rail, or ZZZ is not in the best mobile game of the year awards, you know, they're not here. What's going on? Well, from a little bit of research in 2020, Genshin was nominated for best mobile game and best role play and did not win. In 2021, it was nominated for best ongoing game and won the best game and also won best mobile game in 2021. In 2022, it won Players Voice Award. It was nominated for the best game and best ongoing game, but it won the Players Voice Award. From there, Genshin has been pretty much brought back in because of players' voices, and they're the ones that nominated it and pushed it ongoing. So 2023, Genshin won. 2024 was Players' Voice. In 2023 as well, Honkai Star Rail won Best Mobile Game. It was actually nominated by the judges. And in 2024, didn't even show up. It just showcased a new trailer. ZZZ was the one that was nominated for Best Mobile Game there was. But the thing is that when it comes down to it, this is not something like, you know, Hoyoverse is just going to be thrown in there. This is a big nothing burger. This is not even a big deal that Hoyoverse is not in here. And there's still a good freaking chance that Hoyoverse, a Genshin Impact, Honkai Star Rail, I don't think ZZZ, to be completely honest, I don't think ZZZ at all is going to show up in this. But there's a good chance that like Genshin Honkai can come in here, because when they're going to do the voting for basically the player's voice, that voting, if I'm not mistaken, still has not been still not been pushed yet. Let's say go start voting. Yeah, player's voice. The player's voice has not been open yet. Join a newsletter thing. So player's voice, we still don't have anything that's in there. So Genshin or Honkai can still be added in there, just like Genshin was before, prior to all this. But like, so many people are so excited that Weather and Waves is in here. Like, Weather and Waves, and there's no Genshin, there's no Hoyoverse, so it's got to be sure to win. But I want to, like I said, I want to remind people, back in 2024, we lost to Balchero, whatever the hell that fucking card game was. Even I was the type of person that was against that. Like, I was like, whoa, wait a minute. If it came down to it, ZZZ versus Weather and Waves, that should have been the showdown. That game should have not made it in any which way, shape, form. 2024, we even had Astro Boy that made it to the fucking goddamn game of the year, which made absolutely no sense to a lot of people, including myself. That's where, when I ended up doing research a long time ago, like how the games are nominated. Nominees are chosen based on the category of the games. A jury of over 100 global media influence outlets select the history of critical video game evaluation. They're specialized juries, each voting in the outlet. Blah, blah, blah. We could say that Jeff right here is not a member of the jury, so he does not vote. Why do you use a jury for the selected nominees? Given the sheer number of games released each year, as well as extended time required to fully evaluate products, a voting outlet, the approach allows the widest possible critical assessment. A ballot submitted to Game Awards represents the collective opinion of the entire outlet. So this is where you got your IGNs, your GameSpots, basically your different media influencers out there that's doing this. How are the winners selected? This is where I don't agree with the Game Awards. This is where I don't agree. Winners are determined by a blended vote between voting jury of 90% and the public fan voting of 10%. Fans can vote for their favorite games in Game Awards. In China, fans can vote on Bilibili and other platforms. Voting closes on December 10th. What does that tell you? That tells me, to be completely honest, unless there is a clear, 50-50, unless there's a clear 50-50 shot, like I would assume, like Weather and Waves versus ZZZ back last year, if those two would have been in the top two, the 10% would matter. But to be honest with you, it appears to me that this 10%, our vote actually doesn't count that much. That the jury counts. They get 90% of the vote. Not even I don't agree with this. I can understand you got a jury that would be representative, of the games that they cover and everything, since they're media influencers, they're global and, media influence outlets. So there's got to be like IGN, it's got to be like GameSpot. It's got to be different media outlets out there that's doing this. But half of these companies, and I will mark down an example, IGN. How many goddamn times does IGN say a game's a 5, a 5 out of 5 or a 10 out of 10 or a 9 out of 10 and it's like, dude, no, it's not. It's not a 9 out of 10. Or how many times are you going to read a review on there where someone doesn't even play the type of games? They just review it and they say it's a shitty game, but the actual fan base, the actual community who goes behind the game really likes the game. It says, what do you play? And then you find out this person doesn't play no fighting games, has never played a fighting game. This is the first fighting game they play, and they're rating it and saying it's a shitty game. Yeah, this is one thing that, I don't care. I think this is a big nothing burger. I think that, in all honesty, our votes don't matter. This crap feels rigged most of the goddamn time. And straight up, I'm just going to put it like this. Congratulations to Kuro Games and Weather and Waves for being put on there. And I actually do 100% hope you win. I really actually do hope that Weather and Waves wins in the best mobile game category, because compared to everything that's in here, even our little horse girl game, straight up, I kind of feel like that was a short little fad, right? Weather and Waves offers, in my personal opinion, a hell of a lot more than Destiny Rising, than Sonic Rumble, than Persona 5, and even Pretty Derby here. However, I will state it like this. If you're a solid Weather and Waves fan, don't get your hopes up. Don't get your hopes up. Because media outlets apparently like real games, quote unquote. And dare I say, I honestly feel like the best mobile game that's going to be coming out is going to be that Sonic Rumble right there in the middle. I don't know why, but my feeling is 90% of the judges' vote is going to go into Sonic Rumble. So don't get upset if Weather and Waves loses. Be grateful and happy if it wins. But at the end of the day, don't be upset if it loses. Because remember, your vote only counts for 10% of the vote. If the other 90% votes differently than you, your 10% doesn't matter at the end of the day. It really doesn't. So, not sure what your guys' thoughts on that one is. All I know is that with the little drama that's coming in, that, oh no, Hoyoverse is not going to be in here. Bro, the player's voice has not dropped yet. And when the player's voice drops, I'm pretty sure something like Genshin or something like Honkai Star. I don't think it's ZZZ, but I think one of those two is going to make it right there. And to be honest with you. After the last couple of years with the Game Awards and the games that have won, particularly in a lot of their categories, I had full disagreement with that. I'm not a person who actually cares if a game wins or loses in Game Awards. I don't think it actually matters. To me, it's no longer a high honor. It's no longer a show. It's all the Game Awards is to me right now, guys. Straight up, is a place where I want to watch the trailers for the upcoming games that's coming in. I want to see what world premieres are going to happen that I can sink my teeth into. That's it. But let me know what your thoughts is down in the comment section below. All that good stuff. Keep it classic, keep it jazzy, always keep it real. And this was just a quick little thought process surrounding our best mobile game of the awards with the Game Awards, and pretty much how I think it's kind of a sham. Like, I gotta be honest. Like, I think that it's completely utter fucking bullshit. I think the Game Awards is bullshit. I actually hope Weathering Waves wins. In fact, you can see, like, hold on, give me a second here. I'll go sign in. Okay? Let me sign in with my account, right? Boom. There. Ta-da! There. Vote it. Now the website's gonna take fucking 2,000 years to fucking click onto the next fucking thing. I'll vote for it. I 100% am going to vote for this. I think it is very much well worth it. I think out of everything, out of the choices, I'm going to go for Weathering Waves. No bullshit. Horse girl hater? I am not a horse girl hater. I played it, but there's nothing really interesting in it, to be honest, for me. If you like it, fucking vote for it, motherfucker. I don't give a flying fuck. That's for you. That's for your decision to be made. So let's get into another little quick conversation, because something fucking amazing happened. Not yesterday, but the day before yesterday. Something fucking amazing happened. And we're building up. We're going to build up to our actual main topic, because I want to try to stimulate some growth in the channel for a second here. But I'm going to call someone out. I want to see if it's still there, because it actually might not be there. He might have actually deleted the entire fucking chain. Hold on. Let me see. Oh boy. Yeah, I'm not going to read every single one of these comments. I refuse to do that. I refuse to be that type of person, but I want to say that this is fucking hilarious. So, let me put this up. Anyone remember that we reacted to this video right here? Doom posting has lost its meaning from Gabimaru. You guys remember this from like last time I live streamed that we talked about this? Okay. You know me when I'm streaming, right? That I have criticisms about Weathering Waves. I have criticisms about Honkai Star Rail. I have criticisms about Genshin to a certain degree. I have criticisms to even ZZZ. And we talk about everything, right? But at the same point in time, have I not praised Weathering Waves? Have I not said that I believe that if you've never touched a gacha game in your life, Weathering Waves is the best gacha game to start with? Have I not made statements to where, you know, I like the direction of some things that are going, like 2.8, I was praising everything except for them trying to sell a fucking goddamn fucking free-to-play game. Like, that entire trailer was fucking amazing, but one fucking part of it, I criticized the shit out of that motherfucking thing. Like, who the fuck is going to sell a goddamn fucking free-to-play game? Who the like, even when fucking Honkai Star Rail did their shit, I criticized that shit, right? But I don't doom post and say that, oh, well, next month, fucking where's EOS? Oh, next month, fucking get your EOS. I don't do that shit, right? I don't doom post and say, oh, the character's fucking dead. I tell you that if you like a fucking character, you play a fucking character, you can find a way around it, right? You do what you want to do, boo-boo. You do what's best for you. Well, our good old buddy on our chat, I'm sure y'all recognize, Madaz, made a comment, right? Doom posting is what every St. Tonus video is in relation to every Hoyo game. Overly negative, overly exaggerated, while being overly negative. Every St. Tonus follower wants every CC to be Doom posters. I thought, I didn't look at this comment until my name got brought up in this shit. We had a couple of people that commented towards, Madaz and everything. But a good old friend from our past comes in, a person that pretty much apparently does not respect me anymore. Or does respect me. I have no fucking clue. But our good old buddy Coco made a comment on Madaz's video. And my Discord, if something happens, they alert me. Said Foxsoul's a Doom poster. I'm like, what the fuck you talking about? Fucking goes ahead and sends me a fucking screenshot and I asked, where the fuck was this at? And found out it was in the Garby Mara video. So I had to respond to this. But let's read the original comment. I don't think you guys have the right to judge him since Loki Gotcha, Degent King, a lot of loyal Hoyo CCs doing that from time to time, WUWA launch to now, even before him. And now you guys even bring Foxsoul doing it. So yeah, does the hypocrisy have the right to judge someone else? They do the same thing. I just look at Rexland and how he beat Saint. My name got put into this because they're trying to say we don't have that, people don't have the right to judge St. Tonus for a thing because apparently Loki Gotcha, DJ King, the loyal CCs do this, which I'm not sure if you guys watch Loki Gotcha like I do, but Loki Gotcha doesn't doom post. Loki Gotcha just straight up fucking critically takes. DJ King, maybe he does do a little doom posting, to be completely honest. I think it's more rage baiting than anything. There is some Hoyo CCs out there that will like to go ahead and, rage bait about weather and ways in certain games and stuff like this. And WUWA does the same thing. The problem is that all these communities will do that shit. It's not just a single one. But my name got involved because apparently you guys have brought me into doing doom posting, right? To which I responded to Coco on this. How do I doom post? I say each of the big gotchas are fine and good. Just some people want to complain when things aren't as bad as they make it out to be. Even WUWA, I said 2.7 and 2.8. The team's slowing down and cooking 3.0. I have made statements to where, hey, fucking Weather and Waves already financially cleared out the year. It's going to survive. Like, I don't see why anyone's complaining and trying to claim the fucking WUWA's EOSing and shit. Like, I'm a realist. I don't fucking make bullshit up. I don't try to stir the pot in the sense of trying to say look at the gotcha PvP. Look, Zenless made $1 million more. I already know that the fucking gotcha PvP, there's sponsorship deals, there's different fucking deals, there's fucking console sales, there's fucking top-ups. Like, I already know that the fucking Hoyoverse and Kuro games make more money in these fucking games than what is actually fucking reported. And you should too. Okay? But I got a response that, lo and behold, look how fucking long this shit is, by the way. Look how the motherfucker went ahead and wrote a fucking novel to my fucking, 3-sentence fucking response? Compared to everyone else, I got the longest fucking response. What does Coco have to say? Imagine this. You were playing Weather and Waves 1 year. You complain about a lot of things, and then others play Hoyo games for more than 3 years. Can't complain about those. I was playing ZZZ from the first launch, and I am still playing playing it even so bad early. I still playing it, so hope Dead's fixing those things and did why hope on ZZZ. When things aren't as bad as they make it, remember the grass on fire doesn't matter and you still complain every single time. Remember when I said, say to play a gacha game, you need to take a break to play other games. But what did you say? That time you never treat WUWA as a gacha game. Remember when Hoyo Shields attacked your live stream? And what do you say? What? Well, even if you think Genshin is better and nothing wrong, I learned from this quote from you and I changed. Doesn't care about drama anymore since I see that who I likes the game. You hate the game depends on what they like. You compare a lot of stuff like or AI when you don't even know anything about art and you say you never complain about something you don't even know about it. Next game Hoyo comes out, maybe Dark Soul copy Hoyo new game too. That's a lot going on right there for some run-on sentences. Woo! From the guy who enjoyed playing a game to this is just because you're mad about Saint fight you with gacha revenue. Lost all my respect about you, but I think you don't even care about it. They hate Hoyo Shields because of this stupid reason. They think that Hoyo invented everything. Okay, let me break something down. Remember the grass is on fire. It doesn't matter. You still complain every single time. I didn't complain every single time. I made a fucking couple passing comments where when I was saying in Weather Ways that what I would like to see in Weather Ways is more of a destructible environment, right? Like in Genshin Impact where you see the fire slimes and then the grass burns around. That I was at the fucking time when I was doing live streaming on Weather and Waves, Coco, if you don't fucking remember, I was making mentions that I would like to see more things in like more things if they're going to copy Genshin, like copy these types of aspects because I think it would really fit well. And I think that WUWA could do better with it, to be honest. Remember when I say you need to take a break and play other games? What do you say that the time you treat WUWA is not as a gacha game? Yeah, I did say that because at the time period, I was 100%ing the map. Okay. And I got burnt out. At that point in time, I wasn't burnt out. Like when I got into 2.0, I wasn't burnt out. I just didn't like the direction the story went. And I tried to explain this. Remember some Hoyo Shield attacked your live stream? Dude, you know how remember some Hoyo Shield attacked your live stream? Bro, Hoyo Shield, WUWA fucking players, fucking Dark Soul fucking players, fucking POC fucking play. You know how many motherfuckers come and fucking attack me once in the fucking blue moon? There's just people who don't like me who just don't like me because I'm a fucking asshole. I completely accept this. And what do you say? Well, I think if he thinks Genshin's better, nothing wrong. I learned this quote from you, and I changed. Doesn't care about drama anymore since I see that who liked the game. I have no idea what the fuck he means by this. This sentence was completely fucking blew over my head. Who hate the game depends on what they like. You compare a lot of stuff like copy or AI when you don't even know anything about art, and you say you never complain. Okay, I don't know anything about art. Okay, you got me there. I don't know anything about art. Even though I went to fucking college, even though I took a fucking several art classes, even though I have a fucking drawing tablet, even though I was a person back in the day that used to go ahead and draw on DeviantArt, and I used to go ahead and do anamorphic furry art, as you would call it, used to do it, used to have a whole different fucking name, used to draw all over that fucking website and put it up there. Yeah, I don't know shit about art. But when it comes to the AI and shit, I mean, fucking Kuro Games has transparently fucking admitted in a testimonial with ViceViz that they use AI in their game. Like, straight up, we already know they do. They admitted this shit. It's not a big deal. Something you don't even know about, the next Hoyo game that comes out, Dark Souls new copy. From the guy who enjoyed playing a game to this because you're mad that Saint fights because Saint fights you with gacha revenue. I don't think I'm mad because Saint never fought me on the gacha revenue. I made a video about gacha revenue and everyone else came at me, Saint never fucking touched it. Because the reason being is that I completely, what's wrong? I forgot my sandwich.
The whole ass sandwich.
Oh, well, I'm fine with that. That's good. I don't need it. I'm sure. Just get the credit back. All right, back to this. Sorry, that was my wife, guys. She just brought me a drink and some fucking French fries. I'm not really that hungry anyway. Anyway. No, get into this. Like, fucking St. Tonas and I never actually got into any kind of fucking heated argument in that regards. All I stated is that the son of a bitch fucking didn't understand how to properly fucking explain it. Fucking try to call it a fucking scam, gotcharevenue.com, where he doesn't fucking realize that it comes from all the data comes from Sensor Tower, that you should be bitching at fucking Sensor Tower, which several different fucking multi-billion-dollar companies fucking use, by the fucking way. But what it is just a transactional report from Apple and Google that is through API that reports how many people has processed transactions through a website. That's what I was pissed off about. But me and Satan never actually fought about that. Now they lost all their respect about me, but you think you didn't care about it. But now you didn't even care about it. No, I don't care if you lost respect for me. I really don't, because you want to know the truth, Coco? I had at least 5 to 6 people that came to me because all you fucking did in my goddamn chat was played the fucking victim card and complain and complain. You were the person who said that you could only use 3.0 characters in HSR and shit. You had someone like Veza did on purpose to fucking prove that fucking point and go ahead and prove. And then we found out that your account wasn't even fucking built, and no fucking wonder you couldn't complete the in-game content. When other people was trying to present to you, a different point of view, you didn't even bother to try to even sit there and look at it from their point of view. You just told them they were fucking wrong. And you treated every person on the chat as if they were a toxic Hoyo shill who was willing to have a conversation. And people came to me, like, dude, look, hey, man, I can't deal with Coco. I had to ignore them. I apologize. I really want to try to work with them. But bro is just starting shit with me. Just to start. There was people who didn't even talk to you, who tried ignoring you. And you kept fucking forcing a conversation. We got the records on this shit. That's the reason why the last fucking day you were in my fucking chat, I basically told you to shut the fuck up and stop your goddamn complaining. No one cares. It's a nothing burger. If you don't like something, you don't like what someone's saying, you don't have to engage in the conversation. So if you lost respect for me because I told you just to ignore the fucking shit and talk about what you want to talk about, and if someone's going to be willing to engage with you, that's on you, buddy, not on me. Now, I responded to this, and like I fucking basically said, and everything you're talking about in this post, by the way, has nothing with me to do with doom posting. Because, correct me if I'm wrong, guys, me complaining about fire in the game, me fucking going ahead and hoping that the devs would fix stuff and all this other stuff, me having, like, where in here have I fucking doom posted fucking Weathering Waves? Where have I doom posted fucking a Hoyoverse game or a fucking Kuro game or any fucking gacha game? I never fucking doom posted. I just fucking critically said, I don't like this maybe, or I said that I wish this would be fixed, or I wish this would be done. Nothing, I have never once been like a St. Tonas, being like, ZZZ's cook their shit, they're desperate, all this other good fucking bullshit. So where did I fucking doom post, is like I'm telling him. Because everything you're talking about has nothing with me doom posting. There's a bunch of random things. What are you on? Bro, I praise WUWA and still say it's the best gacha for newcomers. I still have critics on. I have critics on fucking ZZZ. I complain in WUWA in terms of things I don't like, but I never doom posted saying that the game is dying because it doesn't do things I want. I just said right now the game's just doing things I don't want it to do. So like I'm waiting for 3.0 to see if it's going into a direction that I would be willing to be involved in. You know, I want to see if it's going in a direction to see how things go. I get a response on this, and this is where I just fucking let it go. This is where I let it go because I realize at this point in time, guys, that I am Jufufu. I am no longer a fucking junior. I became a senior at this fucking point in time with Coco. I became a fucking senior. Clever Foxhole, You don't, but you are the one who inspired some CCs to learn from your random rant and doom posting like Degent King. So me criticizing the game, me ranting and criticizing about things is doom posting, and I taught it to Degent King to where they were inspired by me. God damn it, I'm a fucking senior, motherfuckers. Hell yeah, I got my own junior. How the fuck do you think, how the fuck does that work? Degent King does what Degent King does. Degent King has been doing fucking content well before I fucking was doing content. We met a couple of times, everything else. He does what he does, I do what I do. I don't fucking tell fucking Degent King to fucking doom post. I don't fucking sit there and think. I sometimes even disagree with Degent King. That I will joke around, I'll be with him, but otherwise than that, like, sometimes he goes a little bit to the fucking extreme, I will tell you. But CCs are inspired by me to doom post like Degent King? Wow. That is like going ahead, right, and saying basically a point right here, like, that, go to the extreme, right? This is what the fucking Kurobots like to fucking do all the goddamn time when they talk about Hoyle shells. When they're talking about, that all the fucking Hoyle shells are people who kill cats and fucking threaten CEOs and shit. Well, I mean, I guess that, this is the same kind of situation like the video game Doom. Apparently, it inspired two fucking kids with Columbine High School to go shoot the fucking place up. So I guess at that fucking point in time, I'm inspiring someone like Degent King to fucking rant. But, I want to know how, because he's not doing the type of content that I do. He's not doing the same type of content. It's the same situation. Following Saint did the same thing he did. But for me, I don't care if you're doom posting, but you're the only one I respect. Hold up here. Lost all my respect about you, but I think you don't even care about it. Right? But for me, I don't care if you're doom posting, but you're the only one I respect. I just very sad and remember every day watching your live stream to enjoy random shit. So yeah, that's on me. So my bad if you don't do it. What? Coco, no one told you had to stop watching my live stream. Coco, no one told you anything about all this other fucking bullshit. I'm bringing your name involved in this because you fucking involved me in this fucking bullshit. Apparently, there's some kind of fucking attachment here. All I'm just saying is be a fucking adult. Realize that there is some things that you're going to discuss that people don't want to discuss. There's going to be a thing where you are going to say something, someone's going to say something, you're going to be able to understand, hopefully, you can agree to disagree and move on. And when someone calls you out, maybe either present facts that back it up, that you can show actual facts that can back up the sentiment of what you're trying to say, or learn to compromise and say, hey, look, I agree to disagree and move on. The thing is that multiple people got upset because multiple people were trying to bring up different calculations, different factual statements. Here again, we had people in my Discord, we had people in my chat on here that came to me about you multiple fucking times. And the only reason why the last fucking time that I told you basically shut the fuck up, that you're always so fucking upsetty, it seems like, is because everything that you're bringing up is not a big fucking deal. When you're fighting someone and then you end up getting into a conversation, it always ended up to where it felt like you were playing the victim card. Like, oh God, you start an argument about Weather Waves versus ZZZ or something. It goes in. And then at the end of this, it's like, you're hurting my feelings pretty much. Don't touch me. And it's like, no one touched you. You have the ability to use something called an X button and move on with your life. So yeah, I I want to share this. I want to give this to you guys because, like, apparently this person lost respect for me, and then right here, apparently I'm the only one they respect, and apparently this is they're very sad because they remember watching our live stream and enjoying all the random shit every single day, and they're not here no more. Like, I don't get it. I don't fucking get it. Like, Coco is one person that we sat here and we used to go ahead and have criticisms about Weather and Waves together. But to go ahead and say, like, Loki gotcha. DJ King. Well, DJ King, I can't say because, look, let's be honest here. DJ King does. I don't call what DJ King's doing doom posting. I call it rage baiting. He's a fucking troll. He's got a real job. He's got a business he's running. Dude does YouTube for fun. And he basically makes all kinds of shit videos that you could say, right? He makes all these shitty fucking videos and he just sits there and he talks and he does what he wants to do. Dude, I'm fucking still going to have to go ahead and fight his damn ass still to tell him to learn to get rid of his goddamn fucking tabs. So that's what happened. It's on the Gary Maru fucking channel. I stopped responding to it. And apparently, after even I'm done, we got more fucking people going into this shit. Like, this comment thread just from Madaz was 32 that got my name involved. You know, I gotta give Madaz a fucking like on this. Like, holy fucking moly, man. This is what we call, with Coco in particular, and involving me into this shit, this is what we call emotional fucking gaming, bro. Like, I'm good, man. I'm good. I got a wife, man. I got a wife. I'm good. I got 2 kids. I got a 7-year-old that likes to get stuck up my ass all the goddamn time. I got the emotional attachment I need in my life, bro. I'm good. I'm good. So, let me get a couple pieces of food in here. Because we're going to go into the primary show now. Because I got to go, I got to defend a friend of mine. I got to defend a friend of mine. So, before we get into the actual show, I want to refresh people's minds. Okay? I want to refresh people's mind with something. A couple of days ago, we watched this video on the live stream. It's a 3-minute video from Aricado. I don't see how they could fix exploration. We're going to watch this really quickly. I want to have a little bit of a conversation. And we're going to end up rewatching this, but it's going to be a recording because something happened yesterday. I didn't stream yesterday. I was busy yesterday. Something happened yesterday. And honestly, I'm a little ticked off by it. Well, not really ticked off. I'm a little disappointed by it. Okay? And someone opened the door on Aricado. And because they opened the door, I'm going to open it. I'm going in. I'm walking in, right? Until someone closes it, I'm walking in. But let's watch this, and I want you to listen very carefully to this video.
So I've been putting this topic off for a while, but it looks like with recent events, I should probably get my thoughts out now since there's a confirmed shelf life on this matter. One of the major points of discussion in the version 2.5 developer talk for Zenless Zone Zero is improving the current design of the explorable areas introduced in version 2, which were, at least what I believe to be, meant to fill in the gap in the gameplay loop ZZZ had with the removal of the Hollow Deep Dive system, aka HDD system, aka TV mode. I already covered this in a much older video on my channel where I had no strong feelings of TV mode one way or another, but understood its inclusion as a cost-efficient way for the ZZZ development team to contextualize and create environments to fight and explore in that was thematic to ZZZ's setting and fit with the roles of the protagonists. Well, here we are now. TV mode is long dead, and in its place is this pathetic excuse of an exploration mode. Entire areas within the Lemnian Hollow which consist of being long, empty corridors with a handful of finite rewards to pick up and a couple enemy spawns that could be cleared in less than 20 minutes per area, with the only meaningful stuff to do afterwards is just running around and grabbing resources for the temple management minigame that no one in their right mind should be doing long after getting all the rewards. Resources which, by the way, are completely absent in the newest area, Time-Sworn Hills, which just really goes to show how much of an afterthought this content was when they really couldn't even be bothered to copy-paste some materials out here in bumblefuck nowhere. The only positive thing I can say about the exploration mode is the loot tracker item you can collect to reveal all the rewards you've yet to find, something the open world slop gotchas should have added years ago. Quite frankly, the ZZZ team's best execution of an exploration area was the monochromatic Maloney Hollow all the way back in version 1.4 during the permanent event content Into That Pale Wasteland. Aside from confirming that Yisheng Wang will have unique abilities tied to exploration, I genuinely don't know what they could possibly do to make exploration compelling for the drop in the bucket of playtime you'll spend actually doing it. If it were up to me, I would have just scrapped exploration entirely instead of trying to fix it. And I do not envy the ZZZ team members who have the task of trying to breathe life back into this content. After the removal of the TV mode, ZZZ has been a combat-exclusive game, and nothing has managed to fill in the gap of secondary content. That Bangaboo platforming minigame they retroactively added to older content, to no one's surprise, I hope, was not regularly updated and has been slowly phased out in the more recent game versions. Because, of course this was going to happen. Its resource allocation for the ZZZ team completely eclipses what the TV mode took to design, even if they could reuse block assets from level to level. I'll just say it again. Scrap it and try something else. As much as I would love to be proven wrong, all I can see to come out of the exploration mode in future versions is how Yisheng Guang's confirmed exploration ability will spark yet another wave of anti-Hoyoverse propaganda that will doom post to hell and back how it'll be just as bad as Natlin from Genshin Impact. Whether or not it actually will be is anyone's guess right now, but as it stands currently, the game is going to need a lot more than a soft relaunch to come even close to the tomfoolery found in the Nation of War and its Sons of Chaldeon cosplayer posing as the nation's Archon.
Okay. We got this video, right? Pretty much what Arikado's thoughts is about exploration, about even the Swimming Tower, Temple, and everything else. That pretty much this is criticism. This is an opinion. This is something that you may or may not, in any which way, shape, form, accept. You may agree with this, you may disagree with this. But from the perspective of Arikado, let's talk about exploration real quick. Okay? Exploration, in terms of a new player, casual player experience, with aerospace and what it has involved, is practically a one and done, don't go play it again scenario. That I know that you can go through it. I know you can go collect training investigator logs. You can get the W engine batteries, which are at the lowest value. They are the very fucking basic ones, right? Okay. Let me go to my resources right here. These are the training investigation logs where they only provide 100 XP for an agent, right? 100% XP for a W engine. They're not the ones that provide 600. They're not the official investigator logs. They're not the senior ones, right? They are the absolute basic ones. And the reason for this is that someone did react to this entire video, and someone that relatively I've respected. I do like his content. And in general, listen to it for a good little bit while I was at work, because I haven't watched it all. And that's what we're going to do tonight. We're going to go ahead. I'm going to listen to it all. And I'm going to give my criticisms to it, because from the points that I heard, maybe there's something I'm missing, but from the different things that I heard in this, what we're going to be reacting to, I kind of feel like someone's got an ego on them. And kind of is pushing and is not taking the time to, dare I say, look at the other side. Look at the foot from the other side. And I want to prepare a couple of different things before we really get into this. But let me give you my general thoughts before we get to this. Number one, exploration mode. The way I look at it, it's a one and done thing. You're going to go through it. You're going to go get your chest. You're going to get your little rewards. You're going to do something in it. But the typical player, the average Joe player, not the one who could spend 6 hours a day playing this, not the person who is going to be able to sit there, you know, when they're playing other gacha games, other games, they have life and everything, is going to really give two shits about the training investigating logs and the W engines that you can go do a route and go collect that can help you build up a character for free, basically, right? When I could go spend 100 energy and I can get a better investment and be done with all my energy to where there's nothing for me to do and I can go move on to another game. The effort behind doing something like that in exploration, the effort behind it for the reward is not good. Not good for basically to incentivize a casual player to do it. When it comes to the entire temple management system, to be completely honest with you, the temple management system is actually kind of fucking useless once you're done. Like, I'm actually glad that they're going to AFK it. I'm actually glad that they're going to fucking do some things with this. But, like, really, what is there really left to do? Like, except just to go ahead and restore it all the way, which I haven't even done that. Like, what rewards am I going to get out of something like this, right? Like, we could go take a look at the pawn shop. You can get these rewards because you could sell 15, 5, 4. I believe this is 6 and such, like, and this refreshes every 12 days. But, dude, I do this in, like, 1 day. Like, I don't even bother doing this every single day. I do this once a week. Just to go ahead and go buy the stuff that I want to buy out of the shop and just drop it after. This really is just, it was not unique, but it was okay in the beginning. And over time, it just relatively, there's no relative use for it in my personal opinion either, right? There's no relative use for this. Now, my sentiments when I first reacted to this, and Arikado was in our stream, is I kind of felt like this was a nothing burger. Because I can agree with Arikado quite a bit with this. And I can also disagree. The thing is that I am a person that I don't care if there's an exploration mode in here. The linear exploration mode that ZZZ devs are putting in, I don't care if it's there. They could scrap it tomorrow. I don't care. Because that's not my primary focus in the game is. I don't care if they add TV mode back. I don't care if they never add TV mode back. It's not my primary focus in the game. And I think for the mass majority of players, it really isn't. In all honesty, it's cool to have it as an option. But if I don't want to utilize it, if I don't have exploration, I'll still go play fucking Hollow Zero. I'm perfectly fine with Hollow Zero. 100%. I'm perfectly fine with that. So this leads me to go ahead and proxies, my dudes in the chat. We're going to go ahead and we're going to react to something. Now, I wanted to be stated, there is no hate first before we do this. I'm not coming in to hate someone just to hate someone. I'm not coming in to disagree just to disagree. I'm coming in as non-biased as possible because I have my own thought patterns. I don't agree with Arikado all the time. But I watched this and some of the, like I said, I watched some of this, right? And some of the commentary that went with this reaction, I didn't agree with. I did not agree with it. And dare I say that I know that this is still going to be a nothing burger. But Arikado is a good content creator. Arikado is a person who praises ZZZ when praise is deserved. He is very critical on the way he thinks. He criticizes ZZZ. He praises ZZZ. He gives his own takes. Unlike some content creators that we know out there who don't even play the game and their criticisms of the game, Arikado is a person that I trust his opinion. Because I trust in him to give it a shot. That's the difference. The difference is, and I want this to be understood before we get involved in this, is that, and I will probably repeat this here after a while, but Arikado is a person that before he opens his mouth, he tries it. And then he gives his opinion from his perspective. So, let me just get myself prepared here, because this is going to be a long one, guys. Okay? I'm hoping it's not going to be a 1 hour fucking recording now. Dare I say. I really hope it's not. But it might. Because there's a lot that I want to talk about with this. So, without further ado, let me go ahead and pop these out really quickly. Let me disable this. Okay. So, alrighty, proxy. So we got another reaction that we're going to do. And like I stated before in the live stream here, this is a follow-up to Arikado's video. I don't see how they can fix exploration. Joshua, I believe that's how it's pronounced, did a reaction to this. And from a couple of different parts of this reaction that I did end up watching and I did look at, I think that personally, the criticism wasn't exactly fair. And I think was a little bit, dare I say, over the top. So, if you're willing to sit with me, chat, we're going to go ahead, we're going to watch this, we're going to react to this, and I'm going to give you my thought pattern about pretty much everything that's going on in here. Okay? So, let's go on and let's get started.
Video. 3-minute video should be an easy react, right? Should be an easy react. 3-minute video. Easy react, right? Arikado, I don't see how they could fix exploration.
So I've been putting this topic off for a while, but it looks like with recent events, I should probably get my thoughts out now since there's a confirmed shelf life on this matter. One of the major points of discussion in the version 2.5 developer talk for Zenless Zone Zero is improving the current design of the explorable areas introduced in version 2, which were, at least what I believe to be, meant to fill in the gap in the gameplay loop ZZZ had with the removal of the Hollow Deep Dive system, aka HDD system, aka TV mode.
And personally, that game mode, the HD, wasn't technically a full loop. This now is. Right? TV mode, unfortunately, HDD mode for now, like you could still technically do it,
Right.
but they stopped expanding on it. And because it was a game mode that you couldn't necessarily always go back every single time and actually get rewards for it, it wasn't actually a loop. This Lemnian Hollow now is a loop.
I already covered this in a much older video on my channel where I had no strong feelings.
It is a loop, but one of the things that we've had a conversation with in the Discord over the last couple of weeks with several different people is the exploration mode does feel, in my personal opinion, and I have to, like I said, this is why I'm a person who is going to side with Arikado to a certain degree on this, is that exploration at the current present time, not in future, in the current present time, could be relatively scrapped. Because reason for this is the TV mode section had side quests, had different little things to go do. Like, to be honest with you, had other elements to it, where exploration here, while it's a loop that you can come in, you're generally, like I stated this before in this live stream, is that in generally the effort to get certain rewards out of this, which is going to be the loop rewards, which is going to be your training investigation logs, your W engine logs, for the effort and the amount of going through it, is not really worth it, especially when you got, dare I say, an exploration mode that has pretty much very little enemy impact. Like, I'm not sure about you guys, but personally, you know, it's okay to go through once in a blue moon, but I prefer going through Hollow Zero, where I know that I'm going to be engaging in fights every single minute. I like the next thing is going to be a fight. Here with this loop right here, it's like straight up, there's really not that much action in it.
Feelings of TV mode one way or another, but understood its inclusion as a cost-efficient way for the ZZZ development team to contextualize and create environments to fight and explore in that was thematic to ZZZ's setting and fit with the roles of the protagonists.
Okay.
Well, here we are now. TV mode is long dead, and in its place is this pathetic excuse of an exploration mode. Entire areas within the Lemnian Hollow, which consist of being long, empty corridors with a handful of finite rewards to pick up and a couple enemy spawns that—
Did he say finite rewards? Did he say finite rewards?
Yes.
Yes, they limit you. Because they give you so fucking much.
So much of
if
what?
If you were to come away with everything, yo. What the heck? The chests are? Okay, maybe the chests are. Okay, the finite resources are the chests. Okay.
Right. We're talking about this from a perspective of rewards, which is the chest, which is like your polychromes, is like when you get, like, you know, the next tier of, you know, materials such as the W engine logs, the agent logs that you get, you know, your senior logs. Like, when it comes to, there's not really that many, there's not much in this. Even when you take into consideration of like the loopable going through it 100 times, that it limits you a daily limit of how much you can collect out of this. To be honest with you, I could just have like 300 energy sitting on my character doing absolutely nothing that I don't use on disc or anything. I could just go into the HIA over there and just go ahead and clear it out and get more rewards, you know, more actual worthwhile tapes, more worthwhile XP material than what this offers. This is very negligible. It's very much, in my personal opinion, I have to agree, there's not much in terms of rewards or incentive to actually do this for the next 20 minutes to 40 minutes.
You know what? You're right. You're right. The chests are finite. But like literally the materials that you can get from rerunning the limited hollow, as you guys see me do almost every single day, I can build characters off of them for free.
Yes, you can. But you got to think of it from not your situation. You have to think it from the average consumer level, the average player level, if you would. You got to think of it from a person who has a 9-to-5 job, who has still obligations with family, who still has obligations to do, other things. There's some people I still know that has 2 jobs, because how this economy is with the inflationary thing, they can't just afford to live on one job. They have to have 2 jobs. So sometimes they got a day job and a night job. They don't have much time to do much of anything. And the incentives and the reward value that comes from this, to be completely honest with you, no one's going to sit here for the next 2-3 hours, re-looping through the same exact stages over and over to build characters, to be honest. Like, there's an abundance of rewards if you want to look at it in one hand, but at the other hand, is the effort worth going through all that trouble to do it? At the end of the day, this is a very subjective opinion, in my personal opinion. It's very subjective. But I could see from a person who's not going to be able to sit here for 2 hours. You already got dailies that ZZZ has set forth to where you go drink coffee, you read a newspaper, and straight up you do you open your shop, boom, you're done. Your dailies are over. You can get off the game at that point in time, right? You get your rewards. It respects your time. The rewards in here and the time that it takes to go in here and do everything doesn't respect your time as much. And relatively speaking, it's the same thing as playing like an open world game like Weather and Waves, where you're going echo farming. It kind of gets boring to keep playing over and over and over the same stuff when nothing new is happening. So I'll hold my thoughts on a little bit more on this.
Could be cleared in less than 20 minutes per area, with the only meaningful...
Like, the meaningfulness of it, honestly, is the carrot dangling at the stick, aka the polychromes. You need polychromes to incentivize you to get these free resources. I'll let him cook. I cut him off.
Stuff
My
to
bad.
do afterwards is just running around and grabbing resources for the temple management minigame that no one in their right mind should be doing long after getting all the rewards.
Nope, that's just incorrect. We forgot about the Denny's, we forgot about the investigator logs, and we forgot about the W engine modules. Literally 3 of the literal key components of building characters. And you get hundreds of batteries worth of said resources for free if you do it at least once or twice every week, all the way through. Is it fun doing it? I had fun doing it.
It's not that much. And to be completely honest with you, and the shop resets every 12 days. Okay, so once you buy it, I do the temple management once a week. And I don't even do the temple management. All I do is I go ahead and I put the little bang boos, right, to work. Because I got so much resources from already doing everything else. I just come here to the crafting station, right? I'm out of stuff. Oh no, I'm out of stuff because I've already did the exploration from in the past. And it takes like maybe 1 day to do the exploration from back in the day. I just go to the good shop over here. I take this and I just do this. Just buy. Just buy. Right? I don't even have to do this. I could go send these little guys out or whatever for 20 hours. See them in 20 hours. Who cares? Do this. Bam. And in the future, this is going away anyway. The rewards that he's talking about right now, if you go to the pawn shop, they even stated as in the dev talk, this is going away. This is going to be removed and this is going to be placed in other areas because, in all honesty, it's kind of boring. But like 5 training logs right there, right? 5 training logs, 15 of these, 4 of these. Dude, I got an abundance of this already. This right here, yeah, worth it. Worth it. Honestly, I'm more interested in getting the discs out of this. But this refreshes every 12 days. 12 days just to get 5 of these, 4 of these. I mean, 5 of these, 5 of these, 15 of these. And I think it was 6 right here. I forgot what the number is for here. To be honest with you, I could be putting effort in something else. I can still be getting this for free by just doing other things. The only thing where I think that maybe right now would be the prepaid power card. But if they're removing this in the future, we're going to be attaining it somewhere else. But the entire management system of the temple is practically not really that much of an incentivization either. So I have to agree with Arikado. I have to agree. It's once you get all the main rewards out of it, the only thing I say is maybe once in a blue moon, I'll go to it. I'll remember it. I'll be like, oh yeah, I forgot. It's 12 days has passed. The pawn shop's got some stuff. I'll go do it with this thing. But like I did it today. I did everything with the pawn shop and everything today. I could only get 5,000 coins. So I'm going to go spend them all. I'm going to forget about it. See you in a week.
Some people might not, and I totally get that. You get whatever you get out of it.
Right.
Which is the great part. Because I do it like full on once or twice a week, and then some days I kind of just do a partial of it. I get my 500,000 Denny's every week for free. I get my thousands of investigator logs and, you know, hundreds of W engine modules to feed to my characters and their weapons for free. Unfortunately, I'm Yishen and Ellenless, so the hallways get to me easily. Calcor, you don't need to go through hallways. Bro, you can just teleport. If you want the route, we'll send it to you. You do not need to teleport. You don't need Yishen. This is not the case. Yes, I use Yishen. Is it faster? Yes. Do you need Yishen? No. You could teleport. There are literally teleporters that can teleport you to the nearest POIs where all the mobs are. Literally. Hopefully that I've quelled that misconception. You do not need Yishen. And funny enough, we are coming out with Zhao, who seems to have some fun travel mechanics. I'll put it loosely. And then we also have Yeshin Guan, who has some fun travel mechanics. So soon we will be expanding on the experience, you know, indirectly for the Lemon Hollow exploration.
Let me pause real quick right here on this and everything, but let me talk about really quickly about the temple system again. Again, I think this is going to apply to the same counterpoint that I'm going to give to that of the exploration, and that is time and effort. If you think it's worth the effort, amazing, and you have the time, that is great. But to a lot of players, and I hear this all the time, and this is why, like, you know, I regard Arikado's criticisms as his opinion. I think it's fine, but you have to look at from a different player's perspective, from a different player's point of view. You have to understand that time and effort go hand to hand. Okay? If the effort to do the temple, if the effort around exploration does seem to be a little bit more feeling like it's a chore than actually incentivizing fun, what is the incentive of actually doing it? This is like trying to tell a kid who lives under your roof like mine, hey, go wash the dishes, go do your chores. Chores aren't fun, right? There's no incentivization to it. I'm just asking him to do his daily job, telling him he's got a roof over his head and all this other stuff doesn't work. An allowance now, him understanding that if he doesn't do his chores, that he doesn't get his allowance. Now that's an incentivization. right here, we have no incentivization that comes into this. If you would have something to where, like, you managed a temple for a week, you have high sales, you manage your sales over, like, let's say, a point range of like 100,000, and you get 10 polychromes or a decent amount of polychromes, like 50 polychromes or something, or more materials. Even you don't even have to do polychromes, like the senior logs for materials or something. Your incentivization for it, now the effort is worth more. Now the player has an option. Is it worth my time to do this? But for the little bit of reward that comes from exploration in particular, and a little bit of reward that comes from the temple, hand in hand, you're not missing out on much if you don't do it. There's no... I get Arikado's point.
Resources which, by the way, are completely absent in the newest area, Time-Sworn Hills, which just really goes to show how much of an afterthought this content.
Yeah, you know what? To admit, yes, he is right. Time-Sworn Hills, you literally do not need to go to that area ever again. I could literally farm in the previous areas that I exactly to what I've done, and there's just nothing different. I'll give him that for sure, 100%. That is really, really bad of the devs. That this area, it dropped the ball so much because there was some unique foliage to this area that kind of gave it a little bit more life. And that it kind of invited me to explore a second or a third time. But let's be honest, it just is a lot. It is very unnecessary if you already have been doing the previous loop before and have already maxed out on the rewards by the time you get to Time-Sworn Hills. Right? Like, there are some enemies that you could fight, like, very, very minuscule amounts. But then, to be honest, you're going to get the bulk of the majority of your investigator logs and your mob fights, and then also the resources via the previous stages, which is really unfortunate.
Both agree.
When they really couldn't even be bothered to copy-paste some materials out here in bumblefuck nowhere. The only positive thing I can say about the exploration mode is the loot tracker item you can collect to reveal all the rewards you've yet to find. Something the open world slop gotchas should have added years ago. Quite frankly, the ZZZ team's best execution of an exploration area was the monochromatic Maloney Hollow all the way back in version 1.5.
I'm not going to make fun of him. But that is a very unique way of saying it. That's a very unique way of saying it. So I'm not laughing. I'm not laughing. I'm not laughing. Anyways, he is right. The Milanoe Hall... the Melanoe Hollow. It's not even close. Guys, focus up. Aside from how he pronounced it, like lock it. All right. The actual, Milanoe Hollow is actually freaking sick. Like, genuinely, the interactions were quite unique, and I think that, in 2.4 and 2.5, we could see one or two new explorative areas that might not necessarily have the same element, but might have some unique explorative elements to it that might spice up the menu of Lemnian Hollow stages.
Pour during the permanent event content into that pale wasteland. Aside from confirming that Yisheng Wang will have unique abilities tied to exploration, I genuinely don't know what they could possibly do to make exploration compelling for the drop in the bucket of playtime you'll spend actually doing it. If it were up to me, I would have just scrapped exploration entirely instead of trying to fix it.
No. That's not what you want. That is not what you want. All right. You do not want to take away that explorative aspect. And, granted, is
why
it the
not
best executed? Potentially not. But, again, there's artificial ways to influence people, aka just give them some little carrots, some little polychromes out there to grab, sure. But I'll be so straight up honest, like, there's so many rewards that you can get outside of polychromes that you can farm for daily, weekly. I have every character pulled, and that's not a flex. I am a collector, and it takes a lot of effort to build every single character. How do I do that without spending copious amount of money on refreshes and you know, more batteries? I use Limning Hollow. And I find running around the scenery and stuff like that really, really fun. Granted, some people...
I mean, that is his opinion. That is Josh's opinion. But again, like I said before, it comes into the effect of effort and time, right, to general players. Now, from Arikado, to defend Arikado on this, is that if you look at exploration right now, not as a potential of what they can do with it, but you look at it from the present point right now, like what it's doing. For an instance-based game that I like to call it more of like a beat 'em up genre rather than a hack and slash game, it's a 3D arena beat 'em up style game. From the present point of view, from if we take everything from 2.0 to 2.3, we scrap the thought process of them of whatever might be coming in the future in 2.4, 2.5, and further on. Right now, where like to me, Arikado is not exactly wrong. They could technically scrap it, and honestly, I don't think anyone would really care that much. There would be a top, maybe I'll be generous enough to say maybe 5% of people. No, I'll be even more generous. Maybe like 10% of people would be relatively upset that it would be removed. But the mass majority wouldn't care. That they're looking more at different other things, and they would want to see something else. To me, this was another way when TV mode was removed, they put in exploration mode as a cost-effective way to go ahead to basically create stages and everything that they can utilize a story around. They could do all this. And in general, make it to where it's easier for them to have something that they don't have to repetitively repeat. So like in the idea of like TV mode, right? And I remember seeing a video and they were kind of complaining about this, where they were saying that they don't like the exploration mode, particularly that they liked what happened with like 1.0 ZZZ, where TV mode would be there, and then past that you would have unique stages in the story. That's gone now. Like they had different layouts like the train yard and stuff like this. Well, when you got rid of TV mode, you got rid of a cost effectiveness. They're testing things out right now with exploration. The way I look at exploration, this entire exploration segment, which is still linear base, is for the idea to basically try to appeal to more open world gamers. People who play Weathering Waves and Genshin Impact and such. People who want to basically explore and feel like they're in an open world, right? But this is very linear. This still plays like, you know, this isn't Breath of the Wild. This is Ocarina of Time. It's still straightforward of a stage design. And this is just an appeal. The thing is that relatively so, when it first came out, it was great. Even I fell in love with it. But it was very short-lived. There is a lot of players out there. They're not looking at the rewards like Josh is talking about. Because to be honest with you, going ahead and feeling like every single day, I got to play this every single day, put this in basically a rotational loop just to keep getting the rewards daily until it's limited's done, becomes a chore. It's not fun. It's just like going play Weathered Waves, an open world exploration game. There's nothing to do, and you're going hunt down echoes so that way you can roll them later. There's no real incentive to really want to do it when it becomes a chore.
People don't like that type of playstyle loop, and I understand it's not for everybody. Right?
And that's why we got to
And I
compromise.
do not envy the ZZZ team members who have the task of trying to breathe life back into this content. After the removal of the team,
This guy just really does not like exploration. And that's fair. That's fair. You don't have to like...
I don't think. Look, I've talked to Arikado. It's not that Arikado is not like exploration. Arikado doesn't like how it is right now. Okay, and he's trying to see the benefit from it. Okay, it's a criticism. That's all it is. It's just his own personal opinion. And even when I first saw the video and I had the little conversation on the stream with Arikado, I'm the person that's like, well, I want to see what the devs do, because they did make some mentions in the last dev talk and everything else that we're going to see some more things happen with it. Me straight up, I would hope for, with exploration mode that, the devs would put in like maybe some NPCs or something to where this NPC says, hey, look, I need to make my delivery. Like let's say one of the miners, right? One of the miners is stuck in one part of the map. You go talk to them, and it's a side quest that may, refresh every week or something, but you could go to him. He says, I need you to go to over here I need to deliver this package to the other side of the map. You go to the other side of the map, and then you get spots where you're stopped at to where it does like Devil May Cry, it puts up a wall. It puts up an invisible wall between you so you can't escape, and you got to kill a bunch of ethereals and make it to the end to go get, rewards that are like the blue and the red materials. The senior training logs or something. One thing about TV mode is that you did get some good rewards from the side quest. And that's something that I think could be incorporated in exploration to make it more of an incentive to use exploration, to where side quests would be in it. Hey, this guy got stuck in the Limian Hollow, and he needs to escape. So you got to help him doing an escort mission, basically, to get him out of it. And it's basically makes it its own minigame where you're still playing your characters, and the difference is that you got to survive. They could put a horde mode in it, for example, where one of the side quests is you got to survive for 5 minutes against a horde of enemies. They could end up putting more mini bosses and such. There's potential. Like, this is my argument with Arikado. There's potential. But I do see from the perspective of Arikado, from what we've seen from 2.0 to 2.3, that right now, if it doesn't really change, like the devs, like I'm hoping the devs, look, I'm hoping the devs change it. But if it doesn't really change that much to become better, and it's just slightly better, not, really something to where it's just like, I feel fun over a chore, then I could technically say, yeah, I could see them scrapping it and putting something else in its place, doing something different. I relatively could, because dare I say, I don't think ZZZ should be an open world game or anything. It should be linear based, but there could be other options. I see where Arikado is coming from a present perspective, not fully looking into the future.
Like exploration. And I assume literally, how he describes, Genshin and WUWA as their explorations, as slop content. This guy just doesn't like open world content. Like, granted, I understand that there's some pretty bad aspects to exploration in terms of qualities of life with WUWA and Genshin. But like, you got to take into account like the generalist casual player base. They're like, oh, this is a pretty region. I want to go see what's over there. And sometimes that's really just all it is.
Yes, but it's a one-time thing most of the time. Like, dude, I did the same thing in Weather and Waves. I went explore and everything, but when I played after I got into like Renaissance, you don't see me going back to Central Plains and Jinzo to go see those areas. There's no incentivization when I already did all the little side quests. It's already done. This is like one of my complaints that I had in Weather and Waves. Well, not really a complaint, but it was like one of my ideas for WUWA was to make like random side quests that would just randomly appear, not just a daily quest, just because people would tell, oh, they got daily quests. No. I'm talking about like, every single day or every single week, there is like 6 new side quests that just shows up and you just get shell credits or some kind of material from it, but something that kind of incentivizes me to go back into that old area to go re-explore. Because again, the casual player, 90% of it, I'm practically as casual as it is when it comes to my games. Once I see an area, I go get all the rewards and everything else. Just because I could go back to it and go kill a bunch of enemies and go get a bunch of the basic training logs and everything over and over and build characters, and it's a quote unquote a great reward system. I'm going to be honest with you. Once I'm done with the area, I'm done with the story, I did everything, boom, I move on back to Deadly Assault. I move back on into Hollow Zone Zero. I move back on to like anything else. Hollow Zone Zero is where I go get my Denny's. Like, straight up, I go get the merit points and everything, and I go to the guy at the shop and I go buy them. I get action every single section I go into.
Like, we're like, this guy's talking about meaningful. Like, we need a carrot on the end of this. Like, we need that carrot at the end of the stick. But like, the whole point of these things is to expand the world, for us to see the world, to take in the environment more.
But this is not an open world game. That's the thing that, like, I think appealed to a lot of players that I knew of when I was playing Weather and Waves, and I was having fun with it. A lot of my friends were playing ZZZ. And you know the reason why was because they ended up actually, these are people who ended up actually liking TV mode. They ended up loving TV mode and such, because ZZZ, they were burnt out on open world. They were burnt out on like the entire general aspect of what open world games are to go explore. That this is straight up, they felt like it's Devil May Cry. It is stage based. I go in, I kill things, move to the next stage, go in, kill things. It's action orientated. I don't have to go travel from point A to point B to go kill things. It is very much an action game at that point. And dare I say, that's like kind of was, I felt like, yeah, you know, I kind of see that was the appeal for players in that regards back then. Exploration, don't get me wrong. I think exploration has potential behind it. I think it could be really well worked in. I think I want to see what happens in 2.4. I want to see what happens in 2.5, to be completely honest. But I do think that Josh is being, you know, when we're talking about meaningful things, that is, yes, that is something that we have to think about it like this, like, especially when it comes to casual players. Is what I'm doing meaningful enough for me to replay it again? What you may consider being meaningful may not be the mass majority of what thinks is meaningful. And dare I say, I had this conversation about exploration long before Arikado even made this video on the Discord, and a lot of people that we discussed this with, Dr. Medical, Argo, Brad, Amy, Vincent, different people, we all kind of agreed to it. It's like, it's not worth the time. It's cool to look at, you know, complete it, get your rewards out of it. Cool, done. I'd rather be going work it. I'd rather go be playing something where I get consistent action and feels like it's more worth my time and it's more fun. That's where, like, even players in several different games, this is not meaningful. Meaningful is, yes, there's an incentivization for me to go do something, not just run around and, you know, find a couple mobs here, kill them, and go find a couple of mobs, go kill them, and just sit there for the next, 20 minutes a stage or something, 20, 30 minutes a stage, rinse and repeat. I mean, I got tired in like 1.4 with Weather and Waves, going to the same areas over and over to killing echoes, to where I just did the task of fields and got off. That was it.
Because if we just need more meaningful stuff in the game, they could just added another combat game mode. But no, they gave us this more open-ended world explorative mode for us to really get more immersed within the actual game. The purpose is not to give us a mode where we farm more polychromes. You know, and granted, you know, his point to just farming for, you know, these 3 materials, that's not it. You obviously get a lot more materials, and I would love to share that with them. Obviously, this is a video, but you know,
secondary content. That Bangaboo platforming minigame they retroactively added to older content, to no one's surprise, I hope, was not regularly updated and has been slowly phased out in the more recent game versions. Because, of course this was going to happen. Its resource allocation for the ZZZ team completely eclipses what the TV mode took to design. Even if they could reuse block assets from level to level, I'll just say it again. Scrap it and try something else. As much as I would love to be proven wrong, all I can see to come out of the exploration mode in future versions is how Yisheng Guang's confirmed exploration ability will spark yet another wave of anti-Hoyoverse propaganda that will doom post to hell and back how it'll be.
Okay, who the fuck writes it? Holy cow.
Just as bad as Natlin from Genshin Impact. Whether or not it actually will be is anyone's guess right now. But as it stands currently, the game is going to need a lot more than a soft relaunch to come even close to the tomfoolery found in the Nation of War and its Sons of Chaldeon cosplayer posing as the nation's Archon.
Let's see the comments.
Okay.
There's 2 opinions, maybe 3. Either the devs legitimately make a much better TV mode, revamp the exploration system to not be simply tied to tempo progression, or they could probably do nothing. Completely agreed. They should have scrapped the exploration stuff and made some procedurally generated tiles for Hollow instead. Wow. I see someone read the dev notes. Sorry. Good on you. Hey, Min Yao, good on you, buddy. Imagine being a ZZ dev, being bombarded with complaints about TV mode. Responded, and strayed away from it, and still being bombarded by complaints for removing it. There is literally no winning.
There isn't. There's no
people
winning.
that like it and different people that dislike it. This happens with everything. You can't satisfy everyone, and it's up to them who they'll choose to please. I just want them to improve it. What does that mean? And not put important dialogue in the TV mode during story quests. I kind of enjoy it. Thematically, I hate these stable hollows. Yes, it makes sense. There needs to be stable, one company, blah, siphon, blah, resources, blah, but it ruins the hollow's identity, basically being the back room. I can agree. Yes. There was something to be said about, you know, again, the hollows in itself. It's supposed to be changing, like you guys were mentioning. It's supposed to be changing. But within this portion of the story, they are stable hollows. We're supposed to be exploring the stable hollows. Will we get back to unstable hollows and procedurally generated maps? Yes. Yes, we will. And that's exactly their fix. Hold up.
So I've been putting this topic off for a while, but it looks like with recent events, I should probably get my thoughts out now since there's a confirmed shelf life on this matter.
Yeah, there's a confirmed shelf. Like, bro, why did I give this a view when literally the devs already mentioned the fix and they've already addressed this whole issue? With the dev talk, with the Billy dev talk. Why did I watch this? Josh, you wasted your time. Okay. And again, it's not to say that their opinions aren't valid. Okay? I think there's something to be said about you not liking what the pseudo open world explorative aspect provides. And that's completely fair. It's not for everybody. Swapian temple management is not for everybody. But yeah, like the shelf life on this video is going to be like, we got to tell this person to watch the dev note. I don't think anybody's mentioned the dev note here. So maybe just people don't know about the dev notes.
Okay. I'm trying to figure out what he means by this, to be honest. So, first and foremost, when it comes to Zenless Zone Zero and with this dev talk and with general content creation and everything, this is what I want to point out. Like for Arikado, okay, and I'm going to defend Arikado on this one, is that what was given to the mass majority of players who they didn't see the Bilibili, right? The dev talk was only on Bilibili. It was not posted on YouTube for people on YouTube to see. It was not translated by the devs or anything in that regards and being pushed out as information. What we pretty much got was this, right? Oh, actually, this is the wrong one. We got the dev talk that ended up happening. Hold on. Which was the, let's see, it's actually on their Twitter, isn't it? X.com. Wasn't that one. I want to get it's the one where they like St. Tonus and everyone else looked at. We said to go look. If you're interested in more, you go look at the other stuff. But if you're not familiar, right, or you got a job and everything else, I had to reluctantly agree with some people when they were talking about this on the Discord, is that it kind of sucked where they didn't put like the Bilibili and kind of like put some subtitles on it, threw that on YouTube for players to go ahead and recognize. I am pretty sure this is on their actual. Yeah, it's right here. They gave us this, right? You know, plot structure, old friends, initial story, the live house, getting around, map and gameplay integration, expanded exploration. Really what we got was perception techniques will have more applications, plus Kind Bang Boo will help with the treasure direction and exploration side quests and new IP collectibles and an immersion level upgrade. It's an immersion level upgrade. The main story progression seamlessly will integrate with the map exploration, letting you collect rewards while completing missions. Like, this is relatively what mass majority of people got, and some people didn't go look at the dev talk. Okay, now you go look at the dev talk, okay, and I'm gonna go highlight everything that says exploration on it just to go take a look, because I wanted to make sure I caught it in the beginning, because I didn't want to go scroll through all this. But like, you know, you can go read something like this. It would be fine if you had mentioned the reveal, but as soon as I said you could already guess it, one of those names, I think you could look forward to them. Besides shops this time, in version 2.5, we'll also be upgrading our combat areas, main upgrades, in addition to changes in the areas themselves. We will include some special level exploration abilities. This new exploration ability will help with certain connection to our new junior senior sister, and just won't be related to movement. It may also involve interactions within the level. Of course, it won't affect normal players' exploration. We want all players to be able to experience the content we've designed. Additionally, so there won't be any barrier into entry. Additionally, we've also tied integration to monster abilities within the map design to enrich the overall gameplay experience. That really doesn't tell you much right there. But let's continue on. I want to make sure that we're getting all the information here. Speaking of which, we were playing Aerospace City before. It felt very linear. You go to one place, fight monsters there, and then move on to the next place. Since they are a disciple of the Uquid Summit, in the exploration areas of 2.5, their perception technique will play a greater role. They will be helping players explore the region. During this process, we also designed some upgrades or extensions to the exploration experience. For example, players may have encountered a helpful Bang Boo characters who help to assist in finding hidden rewards. And there will also be exploration side quests, additional IP collectibles. We're aiming to provide a more immersive experience with higher content density. Now, they're saying that there's going to be exploration side quests. Well, I remember this, and that's awesome. Additional IP collectibles, that's awesome, right? But even in this statement, is not saying like the exploration is going to be fully fixed. It's just this seems promising, but it's not relatively giving much in terms of that. But let's continue. Speaking of immersive experiences, I've noticed that we were playing Area City before. If you haven't finished the main storyline, the treasure chest and the map wouldn't be available. You have to complete the main missions first, then run through the area again. It felt a bit inconvenient to go through it twice since you could have done it in a single run. Why was said right here? Yes, indeed. Something that we didn't fully account for early design. We didn't balance the player's needs for both story and exploration experience. However, we learned from that in version 2.5 and we addressed it. Regarding the exploration content, we've included collecting and gradual progression. Players no longer need to make a distinction. You can actually do some exploration during the main storyline, so players can choose how they want to play based on their current mood and preferred play styles. And then they moved on to the next topic. Like, nothing in here is saying that they fully fixed it. Nothing in the transcript is saying that we're fixing exploration mode. Right? The exploration mode. We're not, it doesn't say that there is going to be, you know, more randomized, that there's going to be more. All we know, in all honesty, is that there's going to be something possibly with enemies interacting with the world. Maybe like you'll be able to, I don't know, maybe like Lucia or something, you'll be able to ride on an ethereal monster she creates and bash into a wall and open up a new pathing. It's not saying that they're expanding the world. It's not saying that it's going to be like more enemies or anything. They're saying that they're going to be putting in bang boo characters to help find hidden rewards. All we know is that it's going to be somewhat better. But it's not saying that it's going to fix the problems that someone like Arikado has presented. Like, Arikado missed a dev talk. It does seem like it, right? But I'm not seeing in here them saying that the experience is going to be overly overhauled and basically fixed. So I'm not sure what Josh is getting at, where he's like, this guy didn't listen to the dev talk. All I'm saying is that whether Arikado listened to the dev talk or not, all I'm getting from this is that this could be, and this is why I will always say when it comes to any gacha game, whether it's Weather and Wiz, whether it's ZZZ, whether it's whatever game it is that you have a high expectation for, always lower that expectation, because they could just be adding a couple of bang boos, one or two side quests, and just for a new area, and that's it. It's over. It's done. You did it all in 10 minutes. It could still be something like that, and there's still no incentivization to want to go explore after you've done it a couple of times. So let's let Josh finish.
And don't know about the dev talk? To be fair, the dev talk was only on Billy. But Josh, you're like 40. Won't stay in this long. Affect your old brain. This video affected my whole brain. Who suggested me this video, bro? We hit 375 subs. We did. We are going to build Kaleda. Yes. This
is the part where I ended up I ended up catching this part, right here. Most of this I didn't really watch. It was the ending of this when I heard a couple different things that I'm just like, bro, really? Like this video hurt his brain, apparently, right? It's Arikado's opinion. It's a person who has this opinion. Like, I wish, you know, a little bit nicer on that regards. But I'm going to hold my judgment on this. Hold on. Because it's something I don't like about this.
Like, bro, the halls don't feel dangerous anymore. Did the halls ever really feel dangerous to you guys? Just because like the game was relatively new doesn't mean like the halls, you know, weren't honestly that dangerous. Like the halls never really felt dangerous. And that is to a point of the devs needing to make the hollows feel more intense. I get it. overall, I would extrapolate this. I would actually double down on this argument. I would say the Hollows didn't really even feel dangerous at all, because at the very beginning, we're all just, 3 goofy Cunning Hares characters waltzing around, and we're like, what are we gonna do? Right? The only people that really got affected by any of the Hollows were like super tertiary, NPC characters that were like, we didn't really feel them. They died, unfortunate, right? One of the more recent ones is like the Vivian character, right? The character from the Vivian and Hugo story, where she went into the Hollows to off herself in Minecraft, so that her child could get the insurance policy. Dina, in a sense, but like she didn't really die to the effects directly of the Hollow, more so that she kind of just injected herself with steroids, and then she kind of blew herself up. But that's neither here nor there. That could have happened anywhere. Yeah, I don't think this guy knows about the new dev notes. And again, that's not to their fault.
Right.
The devs are looking into making new unstable Hollows with procedurally generated maps, which is super cool. And I'm very excited to see how they expand upon this even next level.
Where am I missing that at? Where? Hold on. Did I miss this? Let me go. Like, where am I missing this at? They're supposed to be adding procedurally changing Hollows. We're talking about the story here because I don't remember this. I do not remember this in the dev talk. So I'm going to take the time. I'm going to look at this real quick. Because maybe I'm incorrect here. This is all about like them talking about like the QTE. The scene is going to take a little bit of time, right? With the combining the combat and the storytelling to change the narrative of the story, right? Addressing issues of the character introductions. Like this is the one thing that I'm looking for. Like, where does Y and them saying that there's going to be procedural changing such? We're very interested quite a bit on with Section 6 story. That's right, upcoming blah blah thing. Exaltus Order, due process of the proxies, greater crisis. Looking forward to the 2 main proxies. Objectively speaking, the key storyline. They share some things with your thoughts. What we talked about saying character introductions is when they talked about the character introduction. The older NPCs or all like the old friends is when they talked about like the events, how they wanted to make it to where old friends and everything else was together. All the scaled hidden features of Illuminated Square. Many of these characters also the ones that our players really like, but once White Fate Peninsula, the difficult opportunity to find them, like Venus. Like, we're in the very beginning of this. Content's quite good. Time and things, sheep's clothing. Like, I'm looking in case I did miss this. As disciples would unfold with stories in UKIT Summon and everything else, UKIT's factions, is just a balance if this was said regarding the proxies, they acknowledge the element back of the main story and events. For example, 2.3 Simulation Chef Role, we have Fairy, they want to make AI more present. As for Internock with upgrades and postings, they want to do something with Internock. Right with the message posting existence and overturn diversion. I personally agree with the point. While consistently expanding new modes like stage modes and the thing, producing new content, we're actively working on exploration of sorts. We are original areas. Yes, we're planning factions or even NPCs opening shops. Earlier, we're also making a planned effort. Okay, so we're getting back here with personally the different views from working on the exploration, of course. You've mentioned opening shops. This is when they talked about the shops. We will go through it like we promised before the season 2 with the Hotspot restaurant. It's a must eat. Actually, besides Hotspot, we're definitely going to be doing something with other main shops. Lumia Square thing. You mentioned 404 error. So a bit like the overpressure washing the idols. When you're fine, you're revealed. Okay. I think everyone look forward to them, right? Besides the shops at 2.5, you can change the combat and change the changes areas, including themselves special level exploration abilities. The new exploration abilities have certain connection with our junior senior and be related to movement. It also may involve interaction within the levels. Of course, this won't affect normal player exploration. This is when we get back to exploration, right? So there won't be any barrier between things. Speaking of which, areas before felt very linear, right? It felt like a bit of missing, like there wasn't really need for a proxy there. And then we're coming here to where they're talking about, the proxy's greater role, helping the players explore the region. During the process, we also design upgrades or extensions to the player experience. For example, players may encounter helpful Bang Boo characters, may help assist finding the hidden rewards. There will be also side quests, additional IP collectibles. We're aiming to provide an immersive experience with higher content density. We don't necessarily intend to make the map endlessly large. Rather, we want to raise the quality of the content and experience within it. Okay. Speaking of immersive experiences, we noticed that playing the areas before, you hadn't finished the main storyline. And then this is when they talk where you could just do the map without having to do the story, or you could do the story while doing the map. You could do everything basically however you want. But there's nothing in here that is saying. Then we go back to events like fishing and everything else, unless there's something I'm missing down here. There's nothing saying like they're going to make the hollows, change. They're just expanding on the density of the content. This is when they talk about the updating of Hollow Zero. Okay, maybe right here. Let's see. So let's see. This might be where he's talking about. In recent versions, we actually looking ahead with complaints to provisional tactical thing in preparation for updates to Hollow Zero gameplay. We've also been making some preparation on our side. Back early years with Aerial City, we tried some experiments. For example, combining combat and stages, Aerial City plus Subian Temple can be considered a very early attempt. In theory, we could have relatively consistent loop gameplay system, especially with our stages overall much greater expandability. Unlike the early days, it is one of the small stages after another. Now, as people support the exploration, side quests, or even storytelling, so the stage basis can actually create a more intensing loop experience. Actually, I played it myself with Hollow Zero. I think due to a broader stage design or level structure we have now, actually, if you include a certain degree of mission design within the stages, it's quite suitable for expressing some of the previous established elements like proxies, mutants, and overall ecosystem of hollows, especially Hollow Zero. We want to upgrade both stage gameplay and overall system experience. Previous things for version when Hollow Zero was first introduced focused mainly on Age's ability, roguelike linear framework, connected things together. But now we've come this far, we believe we could definitely broaden the space first, right? Chance to create something new. I think as a game designer, it's necessary to look at what players' feedback and over the long term. Yes, of course, a broader direction is definitely quite some time. Looking at long term, yes, objectively speaking, if you want to see problems appear in adjustment base, already too late. Instead, you need to look ahead, anticipate issues that might arise in the future. In addition, being able to willing to listen to player feedback, striving for better gameplay experience. For example, you want to further develop all kinds of things at best. Photo event was mentioned earlier to showcase the thing. Okay, where is this changing of the hollows? This is the co-op. Okay. I'm going through it all really quickly. This is the multiplayer, the chain attack. like all I'm seeing is that they're talking about expanding the content of it, but it's not saying that it's going to be like a changing hollow. It's like what I get from that, maybe he got something different, but for what I'm getting so far is that they're just going to be adding more to it. The question is it going to be something like I said before, where it'd be like side quests that are rotating, or in general, is there going to be more incentivizations that's wrapped around it? Is the question I would have. Now we're talking about the buffing of the characters. Permanent character upgrades. Abilities. When it comes to enemy designs. Okay. I think it's good that we design enemy interactions. Of course, we don't think. Boss fight. Difficulty. I'm not seeing what Josh is talking about. This is the auto function, the sweep for the discs. Because I might have missed it. I don't see anything about that. I don't see anything that Josh is talking about right there. All I see is they're talking about adding a density of content to exploration. They're working on hollows there. They're working on several different facets of ZZZ. But when it comes into exploration, there'll be like bang boos, there'll be hidden treasures, stuff like this. And they just want to put more density into it, which does not mean they're going to be adding that particularly.
Of exploration. So go devs. They heard us, and I guess they apparently heard Aricado. But yeah, a little bit inflammatory towards the end there. And I don't know if this is this guy a ZZZ creator? Like, how do you guys know this guy? Can it be saved? The male hate is real.
Oh boy,
Co-op Paradise hoax. ZZ's time is coming, which maybe might be a positive note, but I don't know. This ain't it, Chief. Oh, dude, this is yo. I'm gonna say his name because God forbid, like, this guy's name is brought up a lot. This is worse than Saint, bro.
And there we have it. This is right here where Josh is saying that Aricado is worse than Saint. He just this is dumb. Okay? Because you're looking at the thumbnails, right?
ZZ's time is coming.
You're looking at the thumbnails, like ZZ's time. If you are a person who watches me, you practically watch Aricado, and you'll know that Aricado likes and loves ZZZ. He's a person who is critical of ZZZ, and he praises ZZZ. Like, we're looking like this feels like right here. He's cherry picking certain videos that he thinks may be bad. But I mean, like, look, the anti-Hoyo verse fatigue. Like, ZZZ's combat is shallow, but it's not. This is a positive video. This is going against people. There's some critical takes, yes. But Arikado just overlooking his videos and then try to go ahead and call him Saint Tontus, that he's worse than Saint Tontus, is like, bro, if you're not going to click the video and you're going to look at the video, you don't know who this man is. Why are you making an assumption? Like, that's absolutely shows me that you are passing judgment on someone just because of one video and not actually looking at what the person's actually doing. You're not going click on the video, you know, oh, this might be positive or thing. You're not looking at what he does. Arikado is a very critical thinker. Arikado, like I said, has praised ZZZ quite a bit. He was one of the people who was defending ZZZ during the time where Saint was going against it. And then what ended up happening with 2.0, Arikado had criticisms. Actual legitimate criticisms. Like I stated as before, Arikado is the person who will play the game, right? Before he gets his criticism. He's not a person like someone else out there who is straight up not going to play the game, watch a video or go read some dev notes and such, and go complain about the game and say that they're desperate. How is Arikado worse than Saint Tonus?
Which maybe might be a positive note, but I don't know.
Like,
this ain't it, Chief. Oh, dude, this is yo. I'm gonna say his name because God forbid, like, this guy's name is brought up a lot. This is worse than Saint, bro.
You're like right now that you guys are saying this is where he did not learn from the ALG thing. Let me explain something. With ALG, right? With Average Luck Gamer, at least Josh took the time to understand where ALG was coming from. He took that notepad, put it out there, wrote all his points to understand where he was coming from. Even, said like, look, I could see it from ALG's point of view, but this is what my thought is against it, to be playing devil's advocate. With ALG, which is because they're friends, he gave that person the time of day to actually sit there and to understand his position. I don't feel from this reaction that Josh gave Arikado that same type of treatment. No, all of a sudden we are remarking that Arikado is a bad person, it seems like. We're insinuating that he doesn't know what he's talking about and stuff like this, rather than take a step back and say, okay, let's dissect the video. Let's understand where he's getting from. Let's try to understand his point, and let's counter the point. Like what true criticism should be.
Saint gets more viewership, but like this is more videos than Saint. Holy cow. Who suggested this to me? I'm not mad. Who suggested this to me again? Who the fuck suggested this to me? Oh, what the hell? Pretty sure him and Saint don't like each other. Ban them? No, I'm not. Yeah, I'm not mad. I'm just disappointed.
I'm not sure why we're disappointed, because like again, I said,
the thoughts, the evidence is there, but the conclusions and the thought processes were just not there. And again, I don't know if this person genuinely does cover Zenless Zone Zero and keep up with, like actually cover the information themselves, or, or they just get their information literally from Reddit. He's mad he hasn't won a 50-50. He's not a ZZ Doom poster. He brings in issues and finds solutions. He did not find a solution there. His solution was scrap it. Whereas the ZZ devs have already alluded to really, really fun and, you know, interesting ideas from other games that they could be bringing into Lemony Hollow Exploration. Solution was cancel the game. Yeah, like what the hell? Well, 2.0 Exploration isn't that great,
No, his solution was not cancel the game. His solution was pretty much scrap it and try something else. Like, for the present time of what's going on with exploration, that is what it was. Like, yeah, Arcado might not have been fully informed on the dev talk. But even in the dev talk, they're not talking about, you know, fully rehauling or fully massively expanding on the exploration. They're talking about putting in density. We just went through it. Like, again, you're judging a book right now by just looking at the cover. You're not actually looking at the channel. You're not looking at the videos. You're not looking at, like, the Banyu and the self-fulfilling prophecy, the male hate is real. That is a defense right there for, you know, male characters. He comes up with solutions. Right now, there is people who is considering that Arikado is a Doom poster when he's not. And I'm going to defend Arikado. I'm 100% going to defend Arikado on this. This is what I am disappointed in with Josh, is that basically you're calling someone worse than St. Tonus that actually likes the game, that brings in what he thinks is a problem, talks about it, and listens to the community, listens to different people, comes, asks people questions, and learns and moves forward. Like, I'm upset for Arikado. Arikado's a good friend. I like my conversations with Arikado. Arikado and I don't always agree eye to eye on everything. But I could tell you what, Arikado tries.
And again, I think we're missing the point with I like the HDD better, and that's fine, Matcha. I'm not saying I'm the biggest lover, I'm the biggest defender of the Lemony Hollow Exploration, but you got to understand that, you know, there are developments already being made for the exploration to give us different looks every time. In the vein of,
I'm gonna leave it right here. Actually, the thing is that yes, they are changing things, but if you look at it from the situation, like I said before, Arikado's looking at it from 2.0 to 2.3. Not much has actually changed in Lemony Hollow. Not much has changed. Okay. If anything, what they ended up doing the last couple of map updates is, like Arikado said, they took everything out of it instead of copy pasting the resources in there, and pretty much there's no reason to go into it. I understand that we need to have a compromise. And, you know, like I even told us, like Arikado before, I've told us to you guys, we need to have a compromise to where everything has an option. But my entire issue with how this review went, per se, was that one statement right there of calling Arikado worse than St. Tonus. That's honestly where it comes into. Because, dare I say, what Josh is technically doing right here is what St. Tonus has done to many of Weather and Wave content creators. They bring out what they feel is their personal opinion, their criticisms, and he just basically says that they're wrong without trying to meet them halfway in their point. I did not see Josh do like he did with ALG. Try to meet him halfway in his point. He's just, throughout the entire review, I guess you want to say, of the video, he is practically just going ahead and just saying, like, this guy doesn't realize this guy doesn't realize that, the guy doesn't realize this, and this. look at it from his point of view. Like, when not everybody sees it that way. And again, like, regarding him as worse as Saint Tonus for making a video, like, he doesn't see how they could fix the expiration, and his idea would be, yeah, go ahead and scrap it, you know, if it is like it is right now. And from what he gathered from his information from that original message log, which was on Twitter, didn't realize that there was the public transcript for this, per se. Like, it's better to try to meet people in the middle and work through those differences. I grant you, Josh agreed with a few points, but I don't feel like Josh actually did his due diligence here to actually do, like, even what he did with ALG, try to meet halfway. He straight up, like, if he didn't agree, like, at this point in time, you don't agree with the guy, you don't like what the way the video's going, hit the X button, let it be. Simple as that. But you don't know the guy. And this guy is a really good guy. Aricado's a really good person once you get to know him. And pretty much, I'm upset for fucking Aricado. I am. There's so many. There are people who can't distinguish legit criticism from doom posting. Yes, there isn't. There isn't. Like I stated, like, I like Josh. I think Josh does great videos. I think Josh has a great live stream and everything. But this one, like, Arcana, yeah, he's a little sarcastic in the video. That's his shtick. That's his shtick. But Arcana's, like, if you go watch his videos, instead of just glazing over the thumbnails, you understand that he praises ZZZ. He sees that there's an issue. He talks about the issue. He goes ahead. He comes up with solutions for the issue. And sometimes the solution he comes up with, some people don't like it. To be completely honest, some people don't like it. But it is what it is. I'm just... what this causes, and this is more of a PSA, if anything else, right? This is more of a public service announcement. What this causes is that I heard this, right? When I first started doing ZZZ content creation, oh man, it's great to have another fucking person in the ZZZ content creation space, because content creators in ZZZ space are small and they're few apart. This kind of criticism and trying to call someone worse than Saint, and that's an insult, right? Like, holy crap. Like, that makes it to where it feels like someone is trying their best to make it to where there's people who don't want to do content creation. You're making it to where, why would I want to do ZZZ content creation if you're going to say that I'm a doom poster, I'm the worst person in the world, basically? This is way too quick of a judgment. Yes. Like, I completely understand where Aricado's coming from. I don't fully agree with Aricado's statement about how, basically, I don't see how they could fix the expiration. I am the same person who doesn't see that. Okay? When we first reacted on this video 2 days ago, and Aricado was in my chat, and I said, this is something I'm not really going to touch. It's a nothing burger, because we went through the dev chat, and I do see that they're going to try some things, but I don't think they're going to be trying. Like, let me be completely honest here. from reading this, okay? Maybe there's a whole fucking other one that I am fucking missing, but this is the one that everybody's giving me, right? This is the one that everyone gave me. When I go look at the different parts of the dev talk about there's going to be special abilities that you'll be able to, exploration abilities you'll be able to use. There's going to be, you know, a more diverse, you know, not system, but more diverse density of content, while they're going to be adding like side missions and stuff like this, and bang boos to run around to help you with finding hitting rewards and such. Basically, all it tells me is they're going to take Aerial Space City and they're just going to basically add a few little things to it. They might make a big level to where, you know, I can run around it and everything else, but it's not saying that they're going to make it really any much different than the previous way they've been doing it. And again, I'm the type of person that if you took exploration out of the game, it doesn't fucking bother me none. You took TV mode, it doesn't bother me none. You put back TV mode, you put back fucking exploration, it wouldn't actually bother me none. You could take it, you could leave it. It doesn't bother me any which way, shape, form. The only thing with TV mode, I feel like, you know, they should be able to do a little bit more with it. And if I'm not mistaken, you know, there's going to be like some kind of integrations or whatever with TV mode coming in as well. That they're going to retry some things and everything else too, which I'm all excited for. Just don't make it like it was in 1.0. Just find something, readapt it. Because like I was saying this earlier in the Discord, is I'm pretty much a person who likes certain parts of TV mode. I don't like all of it. The little mini games played like, you know, like invaders and stuff like this. Perfectly fine with that. I fucking love that shit. The Prophecy, fucking loved it. But when I'm just going to run around and just boop, 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 and just go fucking flip a fucking switch like I did for the Victorian housekeeping segment, oh man, that shit was fucking long and boring. It was like, can I just skip this? Can I just skip the fact that I gotta go turn on a light bulb? Basically, I gotta go run a straight line, go fight an enemy, load in, load out, load back into the fucking TV mode, fight again, and it's very disjointed when you got to go from TV mode to combat back to TV mode. Right? If you could make it to where TV mode was the main structure, then once you got out, you don't have to go back to it, and then you're back in exploration or whatever. Hey, I'm perfectly fine with that. Like, just make it a mini game. You know that fucking stupid little lock shit where you got to fucking use the little cord to go around in a circle and everything, and you got hit in the 1, the 2, the 3, the 4, and all this. Take that shit out, put TV mode in there. Make a TV mode mini game where I got to unlock it through TV mode. I don't see any vid say ZZZ devs are good and the game is improving. A 90s anime story at its finest. 2.5 shows the devs listened. I mean, I've got a few of them right here. Recently. Like 2.5 has actually showcased like they're listening with the co-op mode and everything. Like, man, when I first started with ZZZ and you had people that was complaining about a whole bunch of different shit with ZZ, I'm just like, let the devs cook. Not you. You're the only one I see the good side. Like let's take a look. Like, why is low-key, I guess EO's got a good one. Doesn't ALG make good ones? Kate makes good ones, right? Or we're just talking about like not the big content creators in this sense. We're talking about like in general, like normal content creators. I don't really. Yeah, I don't really see like Kete saying like the game's great or anything. I just. We're not really seeing like truly like overly positive, vibes. I guess I could see maybe where you come in that feed. But again, like when it comes into like Arikado, right? Like this, like when it comes to like Arikado's videos, like if this man, if Josh would have just been the type of dude that would have gone into the past and everything else, like, yeah, there is, and would look at like all of the videos, Shark's Got Bite, buffing characters done right, apples to oranges, the video would have looked at several different types of videos that he has done, like what Arikado's done. This is why I like Arikado. Let me put it like this. Arikado is the faucet that does not speak bullshit. Like ZZZ does better than what ZZZ does better than its competition. Arikado is the type of person that keeps it straight. Okay? It's not about bullshit at the end of the day. And that is where particularly, I found a fascination with Arikado. Why I wanted to talk to him back in the day and why I still talk to him today is because Arikado is not the person who's just going to bullshit. If Arikado thinks that he's got something he's going to disagree with me on, he's going to disagree with me on it. Okay? We're going to sit there in a fucking Discord call. We're going to argue about it. Just like me and Vincent's going to fucking sit there and argue about it. We're going to give our criticisms. We're going to give our praises. And we're going to fucking disagree with one another. But I'm not going to have a person who is going to, let me put it like this. My best friends in this world, and the reason why I like my friends, is because I don't have a single friend that kisses my ass. All of my friends are going to call my shit out. All of my friends are going to tell me I'm retarded. All of my friends are going to tell me when I'm stupid and when I'm doing good. They keep it straight. This is what Arikado does. This is someone that I regard very highly. That I don't appreciate Josh going out of his way to say that he is worse than St. Tonus. And no, I don't appreciate that. That upset at me. That upset at me because I know this person, because I sat with this person the first time I met him in a 6-hour call. That I talked to him after that. That I've brought Arikado onto this stream. That I have talked to Arikado off stream on Discord. That we have talked about random different things. That Arikado, the people in my Discord who jump in those Discord calls with me and Arikado's in there talking, also know how Arikado is. He's a straight shooter. What gets to me, and the reason why looking at that is my only problem that Josh had with that entire review, and what I do not appreciate, is that you're the type of person who's going to take ALG's video about, I'm not having fun with ZZZ no more. You're going to go through all of his points. You're going to try to meet him halfway and discuss each of these points and play devil's advocate against these points, which I give Josh full, I don't care if anyone says that Josh is, at that point in time, Joshua is, an elitist. Okay. What Josh did there was the right thing, in my personal fucking opinion. Josh looked at the argument that ALG presented. He took out a notepad. He wrote them all down. He talked to his chat. He made sure that he was understanding where ALG was coming from. to meet him at the halfway mark. He took the time to try to meet him at the halfway point. For what reason? So that way he could better understand before opening his mouth. Right? With Arikado, with a 3-minute video, we can't stop there for a second and say, okay, hold up. Why would this guy be saying scrap? Like, this is something I didn't recognize with Josh, but if it had been someone else, maybe like ALG, I feel like this would have been done. Why would they say scrap the exploration? What would be the reasons? Why would he feel this way? And discuss the different points around it, and then provide the criticism. Being called worse than Saint is the biggest insult. Yes, it's an insult. And I don't appreciate Joshua insulting my friend. And I know some people are going to think that this is going to be like, oh, you know what? This is a nothing burger. Just let it die or whatever. Bro, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. When I regard to someone as my friend, I don't care who it is. I don't care. If I need to, I'm going to stand up for that friend of mine. And Arikado is a friend that I'm going to stand up for. Because every single CC fucking uses thumbnails that seem rage baity. Every CC out there uses clickbait fucking titles. Right? Every CC does all this. But if you don't click on the fucking video and watch the video and understand where the person's coming from, and you don't try to meet them halfway, then I'm sorry. I am so sorry. That just goes to show that you don't have the ability to pull away a bias. Like I said, something like that right there, a video like that, let's just say it wasn't even Arikado. Let's just say that was a different, like he was just doing that to a whole brand spanking new content creator. Little Jimmy comes into ZZZ content creation space, makes a video, says, well, you know what? I played ZZZ and I don't like, I really don't see the point of exploration. I do it, but, like, I don't really see the reward value from it. I don't see things. I feel like it needs to be scrapped. This is like Little Jimmy's video. Someone like Josh makes that type of thing, says, oh, well, you know what? This person's worse than Saint Tonus and everything else. What incentive does that person have to continue making ZZZ content? You just now basically, let me put it this way. You basically, at this point in time, a bigger content creator is legitimately taking someone who is relatively very positive about Zenless Zone Zero and is actually one of, I believe, it is one of Arikado's favorite gacha games. He can correct me later if I'm wrong. But I think it is his his main game. And you're basically judging him on one single video, and you're not even bothering to meet him halfway to try to understand where he's coming from. Maybe even try to incorporate a conversation. Say, well, hey, look, I don't really know exactly. Because look, Arikado made... Where was it? Where is it? Hold on. Let me tell you the reason why I talked to Arikado. Is it still here, or did he take that video down? Hold on. Give me a second. This is our talk. I think he might have took it down, actually. No, it's right here. This video in particular.
Why are we pocket watching?
I watched this video. I listened to Arikado's entire take about different content creators like Rezi and everything, and pretty much listened to his thought patterns, how this was bad for the space and everything else, an open letter to the St. Tona's drama farmers. And I said it on a live stream, and I made a video react to this, which is on my channel, to where I made an open letter to Arikado saying straight up, I'm going to put it like this. I think you're misinformed about some of the aspects of why this is happening. That there's another side to the story that I don't think you quite understand. And I would like to have that conversation of why certain channels are pushing the content, such as myself and everything, to this degree. That why we're calling this out. Because he basically makes the point here, like, if you don't feed St. Tonas doesn't grow, which he's right. But my point is that it got to the point where it's already too late. The channel Saint is already at a point where that's too late. That's irrelevant, and I want to have a call. That's what happened. And when he came to the chat, he didn't even see the video. I think he saw it after the fact. I think he came to our channel first before even seeing the video. To where that's why I wanted to have the conversation with him, was because, relatively speaking, before I judge someone like Arikado back then, before I judge a person, I want to sit down with them if I can and have a conversation, if it is possible, and try to understand their point of view and my point of view. Like, I want to understand from his point of view why he removed the videos, why he did this, why he did that. I want to ask those questions. And then I want to explain to him my point of view on several different things. It's called meeting someone in the middle and trying to see if there is a possibility of communication. What the heck are y'all fighting about right here? Let's see. Money is important for the higher ups. Game makes 1 million or 50K. The devs will start to receive the same amount. The devs' problem is they deliver the ask for thing. And I hope the devs won't break your trust, because if they do, I'll see you quitting in the near future. Me, I'm just going to play because I still enjoy it. Just like Fox, if I don't enjoy it, I'll drop it. I think you're tagging the wrong person, because I said money is important. Because they are a business. Money don't give you, money don't give you good money, and that's all you need to understand. If you enjoy this, it's all effort devs put into it, it's not money. If you can see a low-cost game, but a high-cost dog shit. If the game I enjoy gives me credit to the devs, not to the company, not money. What, you're contradicting every word you say. I have no idea what the heck y'all are going on about. Are we talking about, like, the money value, like the value of cash flow, I guess you want to say, in a company like ZZZ? I'm a little confused myself. What exactly we're talking about here? Okay, so we're talking about the facet of fucking cash flow. Let me put it like this. I want to see ZZ is improving is not all about money. I want to say that ZZ is improving, but it's all about... No, like, me and Loki Gotcha and Rezi and several people had this conversation several fucking times already, right? Genshin is a game that's improving, but you do realize that, like, Genshin, its improvements don't really, for a lot of people, don't really hit home, right? That the devs feel, competent, but they don't feel like they're actually really pushing an effort as much as they used to, right? Same thing for HSR for a lot of people. ZZZ is a game that because let me put it like this. I think money changes people. Not gonna lie. I think if ZZZ made every single month the same numbers as Honkai Star Rail and as Genshin, there is a good chance that it would be a game that is going to be basically the same. It wouldn't be as good as it is now because of that. I do believe that. But it also depends on the person. Because the thing is that does money change people? Because, dude, how many games, think of it like this, how many games have gone on and on, right? Like Call of Duty used to be a good game when it made few dollars, but then boom, it became such a major hit and everything. And then you have Call of Duty Modern Warfare 2, 3, Black Ops 2, 3, and everything, to where the game went into shit because they're just fucking making a shit ton of fucking money. Like, I think there's a sweet point to where, you know, if ZZZ is making good amount of money, enough to pay its dev team, enough to pay the bills, enough to keep going, and maybe a little bit extra as a bonus and stuff like this, that that point in time, that little extra bonus gives incentivization to even the devs to continue to want to work harder. There's also things to where, you know, there's people probably in Genshin, for example, that just lost, like after so many years of developing on, they might have just lost touch, to be honest. They're burnt out. But I think at the same point in time, and I'm gonna try to apply this also to HSR and Genshin to a certain degree, because I don't play those games, so I don't really know much about them. But even like we could say this like ZZ and Weather and Waves, right? When we all played ZZZ, and I'm gonna start at 1.7, right? We all played ZZ at 1.7, we all played it at 2.0, we all played it at 2.1, and we were in 2.3, right? There's a lot of criticism that each and every one of us can give ZZZ. The question is, did ZZZ meet all those expectations that we had for it? Absolutely fucking not. But how excited were you to find out just a couple of weeks ago that 2.5's adding multiplayer, that they're redoing Shiyu defense, that they're going to be expansively adding more to the game, right? And I'm not talking about exploration. I'm talking about the entire game is going to be basically, we're getting potentials, ability unlocks and everything else for older characters and general characters alike to expand upon it. How fucking exciting is it to know that since July and until the present time, all those criticisms that I have heard, all of those fucking criticisms, they don't have co-op. I want co-op. I want this. They don't like the Shiyu defense, the buffing, all this other stuff. I'm hearing all these fucking complaints. And it's like, you could try to tell people have patience, but people don't want to have patience. And then all of a sudden, boom, some big news drops for 2.4, 2.5, and holy shit, everybody is so fucking excited. The devs listened. Yes, they fucking listened. They're doing, again, it takes time. It takes patience. A game like maybe HSR. I'm not an HSR person, but I'm pretty sure that I could probably pull an HSR fan somewhere, or I could pull a Genshin fan somewhere that could tell me something similar. That it took a long time, but that cooking time period, that period of cooking, paid off. I just want to see ZZZ continue to grow. Okay? I want to see ZZZ give options to players. When we're talking about exploration mode, take it or fucking leave it, right? It's not a big fucking deal. It really isn't a big fucking deal. Like I can disagree and argue with Aricado on this one, and I can tell him like, at the end of the day, that video that he made, relatively speaking, didn't matter because it doesn't hurt him, right? Let the people who want it have it. I understand where Aricado's coming from, like in the general idea for people like himself or people like even me, like the cost and effect of going through it, relatively for the little bit of reward it comes from, really doesn't pay out that much. Not when you have to balance life, not when you have to balance different things around and all this other stuff. He's right. Like Josh, what he was trying to point out, like you need a carrot on the string for some people out. Yes, you do. You actually kind of do. Hate to be the bearer of bad news, but the general casual fucking player, and I've experienced this in multiple different games, not just ZZZ, by the way, in multiple game fashions. If there's not a real fucking incentive to do something, why the fuck do it? Why do I go through all this long, boring crap just for pocket change? Well, because that pocket change can add up to $500,000 Denny at the end of a week. Cool. $500,000 Denny. Or I could just go ahead and hit my polychroms in the shop every time I collect polychroms as an F2P player, right? I go to the store here, and every time I pull or whatever, I get a redemption back with the fading signal, and I could just come here and I could just pop it. I could go ahead and I could go in here and I could go dissect things. I forgot what it is. Is it this one? There's one that you can actually, I think it was the other one, like something like this or something. I forgot. There's something you can go ahead and dismantle, and you also get like Denny's for it or whatever. I forgot what it was. Aricado has a thing about it, but there's other forms of me doing the same thing and having 10 times more fun. Now, I want some fucking Denny's, man. I could just go play Hollow Zone Zero, go get merits, because you can get merits going through that all the time. And just go over here to the Logic Center over here. Right? And I get unlimited, and I can just go buy it all out by just going and get the basic currency stuff that just keeps fucking pouring in. Like, there's other options. I'm not just completely limited that I have to do something through exploration. And dare I say, I think Hollow Zone Zero is much more fun to go through than exploration for someone like myself. Maybe not for you. Maybe you might like exploration, but I think Hollow Zone Zero is fucking much more fun. But a counter argument that if I was Josh to Aricado, a criticism that I would give to Aricado, not calling him worse than saint, is I would say to Aricado, let's make a compromise here. Let's leave the exploration as it is, and let's just consider it an option for players. You don't have to do it. It doesn't hurt you none. Doesn't hurt me none if I don't do it either. Same thing for the temple. Like, the temple is just, I don't see there anything wrong with them having it. Like, that's the thing that I'm going to say. You don't have to manage it. You don't have to do exploration. This is how I think Josh should have handled the situation with Aricado. You don't have to do this. If you don't want to do it, then don't do it. Give his take on the reason why it's, in his mind, worth it, but just drop the subject. Aricado's not a Doom poster. He made it seem like Arikado's a Doom poster. He made it seem like he was worse than Saint. And I 100% disagree with that. Like I stated before, like I was stating this in the Discord, and some people like, well, why would we add side quests and everything to exploration? Is to give players options. Because I even said it like this, okay? Why not go ahead and put a daily quest in the exploration mode so that way it counts to my errands? Like one daily exploration mission gives me 400 engagement. Guess what? If I don't feel like going to the 20-second fucking, the 10-second fucking normal dailies like everyone we already do, but I feel like, hey, I could go do this. Guess what? It's worth it. Or even you could put it in here. You could take redo weekly. You could throw it in here to make it to where it calculates for the special point rewards. Someone kind of, was kind of questioning that. Like, why would you do it? It's because you're giving a player an option. Because they're like, well, I could just do this in 20 seconds. Why would I do that? It's not for you. It's an option for someone else who may not want to do this, that wants to go do exploration mode, and it counts to something. Options aren't bad to give to players. This is like I said, at the same point in time, like, this is why, like I said, it's a like I said it to Arikado on my stream 2 days ago. It's a nothing burger to me, right? Like, I don't think it's a big deal. Josh, I would have expected to do the same thing. It's not a big deal. Just let the 3-minute video be, and just be done. But I don't appreciate Josh going ahead and basically telling my friend that he's worse than St. Tonus and insinuating all this kind of fucking bullshit that, like, pretty much kind of makes it feel like, he's trying to say, like, that Arikado says, cancel the game. No, that's not what he's trying to say. Arikado, I think, hit a point that is relatively a good point when it comes to exploration. We have to see what happens with exploration to see its viability in the future. Okay? The potential that it's going to do. But at the present time, there's not a big incentive. There's an incentive, but it's not a big enough incentive to go ahead and actually do the loop over and over and over again. For if like I'll put it like this: if the reward value would be for something of the nature of official investigation log like this, the blue one, at least, instead of the trainee, the blue one, yeah, then the incentive would be a little bit much higher. The incentive is it's actually much better. 600 XP versus 100 XP, this is a much better fucking deal. Yeah, okay. Then I could see that. Even if it would add, like the platings, the plating agents in it, not just these two, it would be worth it. The Denny's. But time and effort is what matters in that regards. And I'm going to say it like this. Okay? I'll say it like this. Best example I can give to someone like Josh in this. Why would I go drive to fucking Walmart to go buy a gallon of milk that they're going to sell for $3.85, where that's on the other side of town, where I'm just getting off of work and I could stop at a gas station and for $5 I could buy a gallon of milk? It's going to take me more effort to go through traffic, waste more gas to go to the other side to go ahead and get a cheaper gallon of milk versus me just biting the bullet and say, fuck it, and give the cashier at the gas station $5 for the same gallon of milk that I can get for $1 or so cheaper at fucking Walmart. Where is my time best put at? Is the question that is asked. And for a lot of players, out there, and I'm going to give it a high margin of error, a high margin of number. At least 90% of the players who play fucking Zenless Zone Zero, they're going to look at, they're looking at this right now. They're looking at aerospace right here. They're looking at all of this, right? Here's a fucking example. They're looking at them doing this. Get 23 ore.
Strawberry, this one's mine. Sell it. The enemy's right behind us. Monotone, I'll switch in.
For 4 training logs and 2 batteries right now. For that big guy. 1 training log with that one. 23 Denny's with that one. The time and effort it was to use a character like Yadhari to do that, is it really worth it? Is that worth it to get a couple of those things that's relatively like 200? Or is my time more worth it to come over here How do I do this again? Let's just say, go ahead and create something like this, right? Or is my time more worth doing this? Where I select my rewards, I use 100% of my I use 100% of my battery, do this 2-3 fucking times and get off and go play with my friends playing something like League of Legends or something. For a streamer like Josh, like I'll say it like this, for a streamer like Josh, it's totally worth doing the holo. But in the general aspect of multiple players, of general players, is it worth it for them? That's what you got to ask yourself as a player. God damn, Harari, I love those titties. You know what I'm saying, guys? She's got some fucking nice titties. God damn. I mean, I get out of this. I got 1 for 100 fucking energy. I got this. I got 3. I got 4. Look. I got 2,500. Like, look. For using 100 fucking energy. And I can do this daily, and I can still come out with more resources to whatever effect that I want to come out with. That's why, like I said, the exploration side of things, I get it, it's free, but it's chump change at the end of the day. Like, hold on, give me a second here. I remember doing this calculation. I forgot what the calculation is. Oh God, my dog's screaming because he's scratching himself yet again. Oh no, I'm trying to find this because someone has this, don't they? Okay, so someone's saying that the aerial collection limit for just the just the training logs, the daily is 700. Okay. I don't think that's right. In regards to what you can collect within a day, I assume it's either 650 or 700. I got 699 and 1 second one before hitting the limit. The cap might be tied to X amount of boxes inside the actual said resources. Furthermore, you can reach a limit daily until there's plenty resources left in expiration. Before I had to hit the cap. What is the actual? Does anyone know what in ZZZ? Let me pull this up right here. You can get 54 stamina for 25 minutes at a time. For optimal clear, a combined value of 40 stamina for 17 minutes. Normally, enemies respawn fast, takes up to 30 minutes to respawn. $2,640 investigator logs is the weekly cap. Ten runs. Okay. So let's do a full clear. 23 minutes per run. That is 280 logs. I'm just going to do the training logs, right? I'm just going to do the training logs. And times that by 10. That's 2,800. Almost 10 runs a hit. So it says 26 right here, but we're going to go, you know what? I'll give it 28. If you get 280 logs, if this is a full clear, you could do about 10. Well, no, they're saying the weekly cap. So you could only get this much in a week. That's 264,000 XP for a character. Okay? Respawns every 30 minutes. Such, blah, blah, blah. 23 minutes a run. So 23 minutes. Let's just say 0.5 times by 10. So 5 hours of my time to hit the cap. Roughly 5 hours. Character XP minus you still need 636,000 left. Whereas I get 3 training logs, 3 of the senior training logs, right? Using 100 battery. It gives me 3,000 XP. So you got a max of 240. So 200. I got 3 out of them. They're each worth 3,000. Let's just say 6. That's 1,800 right there. That's a day. That would be a day's worth. Did I calculate that right? That's 3. Hold up. Exploration Bob drops stuff? Yes. Yeah, they do. And then that takes relatively like that doesn't even take a fucking minute really to clear that. That takes like less than 5 minutes. So we could just roughly say that 30 minutes in a week, I get less, but in less than 30 minutes a week, I can get the other ones, and still equivalently get about the same. But that causes me battery. Whereas the other one, that would be for 30 minutes to do a full clear. You're looking at 5 hours. So you would have to look at 30 minutes a day versus 10 minutes. Again, time and effort. Is it worth it? Is it worth it in your aspect as a player? Right? This is where the question comes into play. Is it worth it for you as a player to come into the Hollow Zone Zero and do this for basically 4 trading logs? Because they're all going to be equivalently random. Some are going to be 2, some are going to be 4. And doesn't mean you're going to get all of it all the time. Some of them are just going to be even just W engine. Is it worth putting this amount of effort for you as a player? Is that's the question that comes into play. Is it worth for you to come here for this little reward? Like, are you willing to sit here for the next basically 5 hours? I mean, in all reality, it's like 30 minutes a run, right? Like, are you like? Can you justify for yourself? You can't talk for other people. You can only talk for yourself. Can you justify taking 5 hours in a week and doing this?
Feeling a little stiff. It's time to move and loosen up.
It takes about 30 minutes. Like, I'm just using the documentation I'm seeing right here. Like, for a full clear to get 280 logs, 61 batteries, and 7,000 dennies. 23 minutes per run. So I'm averaging it out about 30 minutes. I'm going to average that out higher just to be on the safe side, because let's just say that people don't have fully developed teams, right? And almost 10 runs to hit the weekly cap. Which at the end of it, you get 2,640 investigator logs. Is it worth doing this for you? Would the average player legitimately, not a diehard player, I'm talking the average fucking Joe, would they look at this and say, oh, hell yeah, I'm going to do that. I want the free XP. Or they're going to be like, fuck this shit. I'm just going to use my batteries and I'm just going to build my characters like normal. Right. The average Joe is going to say no to this. Batteries are the answer for them. Again, this goes into the scenario. That's why, like, okay, this is why, like I said, with Arikato versus Josh on this argument. And I know it's not really a fight, right? But I can understand where Arikato's coming from. I can understand that Arikato is coming from a place where this really isn't, and this doesn't incentivize me. That's why, like I said, the better way that Josh could have came into this argument is straight up understand the perspective of Arikato. Understand that the average fucking player who plays multiple games, who has a life, who has a job, all this other stuff, they're not going to be willing to put that much effort into this game, bro. It's a gotcha game. Okay? That's why, like my argument to Arikato, if I was Josh, instead of calling him worse than Saintonis, would have been more of the key fact of saying, okay, bro, listen, I get your point. I can see it. For someone like yourself, this might be a little bit too much in terms of, because here's another thing. This is the reason why I don't think the average Joe, and this is where I think Josh is missing the point. The average Joe player doesn't like repetition. Like, to be God honest truth, the normal fucking player does not like repetition. Okay? They always want something new. They always want something shiny, something new. That's why, like, we've built on a world where we always want something new to do. And this right here, maybe for the first couple of weeks, a brand new player, the average Joe player might do this. But sooner or later, they're going to stop. And that's why I can see what Arikato's getting at. Like, they already got all the main rewards. They did this. They were doing this, and then they stopped, and they're just like, yeah, you know what? I really don't care. that's why I can understand where, like, why Arikado did say that in the sense of things, they should scrap it. Now, don't get me wrong. I don't believe in scrapping it. I think I mean, look, I don't even believe in scrapping TV mode. I think they should have left TV mode in there. They should have just did something else with TV mode, put it on the side somewhere, whatever. Because in all honesty, giving players different options to do different things doesn't hurt. It really doesn't. And that's the argument that I would have given to Arikado. Is the argument I would have done is I would have saw it from his point of view. I would have looked at it. I would have said, this is really a nothing burger. What's wrong with giving players options? Right? Go down that pathing and let it be. Kind of what we already did a couple of days ago. If it's not for you, it's not for you. You don't need to do this. You don't need to do the exploration. You don't have to. You can find something else to do. Again, let's make again feed. Let me pull the chat up. Feed. I'd rather play exploration over and over rather than play TV mode over and over. Why can't we have both? In a sense. Why can't we have both in a sense? That's the question I'm having. That's the question I offer. You still have Holo TV Zone. Yeah. But I'm saying is that you have people who like TV mode. It hasn't really been updated, right? It hasn't been updated as far as I fucking know of. Maybe I'm wrong because I just don't do it, right? But TV mode hasn't been updated in any which way capacity, and some people are upset with that. Why can't the devs not update that a little bit here and there? Give the people fucking TV mode. Fuck it. Who gives a fuck? You don't have to complete it. You do it whenever the fuck you want to do. You do it one time, you're over. Let other people fucking go do it. It's an option. Exploration mode is a fucking option. We can mix TV mode and exploration to fuck together. It's not fucking hard. This absolutely wouldn't be fucking hard. Again, my idea with exploration mode would be you would have, and I'm hoping that this is actually what they're going to probably end up fucking doing because they said side quest, is it would be really cool to have like you're in the world, right? Oh, let me get in here. You're in here, right?
This one's mine.
And you come across over here because they're talking about side quests and such. You see all these people, right? And this motherfucker over here says, hey, Uncle Hong here says, hey, look, I got a package that needs to go to the other side of the fucking thing over here. And, you know, pretty much it's built with ethereals and shit. So map pops open like this. Boom, it tells you need to come here. All right. Now you're not allowed to teleport. You're no longer allowed to fucking teleport here. Now you're playing a side quest. Now you got to go explore. So then you go leave, right? You come into an area like this. Let's just say, for example, a wide area like this. Boom, the door behind you fucking closes. Boom, you're on a linear path. The door closes behind you. You cannot advance until all the enemies in this area that is been produced is dead. And then you continue fucking on. And I'm just going to go backwards. Just say I'm going forward, right? And I'm going backwards. Boom, 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 boom. Get to the other side of the map. Come do the delivery of the package. Done. Boom. I get some fucking senior investigator logs. I get 5 polychromes, whatever. Done deal. I did go ahead and I talked to this guy here. Mr. Blue Hair fucking business fucking man who said it could have been fucking worse right here. And he tells me that he had lost his carrot or whatever, and he can't get out the Limian Hollow, and he needs help. Boom! TV mode happens. And I got to complete a TV mode section that is basically like the idea principle of what it was back in 1.0 to get him out the Hollow because we're paving him away. Done deal. Fucking over and done with. Now you have a little bit more incentive for the average Joe to not only come here to kill random mobs, right? Like, I'm trying to figure out the best of both worlds right here. Not just come over here, kill random mobs to get a couple of like to get a couple of trainer tapes. They'll still get their trainer tapes, but in all honesty, they're coming here for a slightly bigger reward. Now it kind of feels a little bit more worth their time. And this is what I'm hoping. This is what I hope is actually what they're working on. That they're going to be incorporating things like this into the exploration. This is how I would like to see it. And instead of just running around and doing this and just like opening new pathways and such with bang boos and finding hidden treasures and shit, that is going to be basically a one-time thing. You can fucking make it to where side quest resets. Whether it's on a daily occurrence or whether it's on a weekly occurrence. Just give it to where players like Arikato, players like myself, players in general, the average Joe player kind of has a reason more to come in here. Because if you've played Weather and Waves, you're gonna know exactly what I'm talking about. Fucking echo farming fucking sucks, bro. Picking flowers fucking sucks, bro. Fucking running around an open world with nothing to fucking do kind of fucking sucks. Because I could use the same argument like what Joshua was trying to say. You know, by doing the routes, because there's routes in fucking Weather and Waves to collect echoes and everything. But at the end of the fucking day, I'm not really incentivized to do it. I'm more incentivized in the end of the day when you tell me, hey, there's a side quest over here, and that's going to give me, I don't know, 5 astrites. I'm a little bit more incentivized to go actually play it and go do it. Because otherwise, you can't tell me I'm wrong. You cannot tell me wrong. I know, but the mass majority of even players in Weather and Waves, once they do everything in a fucking map, once they 100% a fucking map, once they've done everything they need to do in fucking Central Plains, once they've done everything they need to do in Jinzo, once they've done all the fucking little side missions and shit like this, the typical player practically doesn't care no more. That was a bug. Like, they don't care going back there. Unless it's maybe for like a little screenshot or something, or because they're really bored, they're not going. There's no fucking way I'm going back to fight the fucking, I'm going back to where the Infernal Rider's at to go find the fucking Infernal Flower. There's no fucking reason for that shit. I've been there, done that, over and done. Give me something fucking new. What you're describing is kind of close to the daily missions where you exploration maps in HI3 where you pick 5 with the reward you want and then play the map for. I mean, it's an incentivization. Leave it leave the exploration like this is, so that way people have their routes. They can go get their, you know, for the people out there who want to go spend 30 minutes a day or 5 hours to go get all the stuff out of it to get their weekly limit like this, that they could just sit here and beat the shit out of mobs and collect that shit. Let them have it. Let them have it, right? But what's wrong with putting more incentives to new players who just want and done this, and that they need a little bit more incentive to do more? What's wrong with that? You got nothing else better to do. You're not giving players everything, because you don't have to give them polychroms. You don't. We're not talking about just like the polychrom reward. Let me be honest here, okay? Let me put it like this. We know we're getting the training logs, right? What if the main rewards, right? It's fucking, you do a side quest and you get some hi-fi master copies, and then instead of getting, you know, your basic training investigator log, they give you like 5 senior logs to complete it. It doesn't have to be polychroms, but if it's worth my time, I'll go do the side quest. And while I'm doing the side quest, I'm going to kill some other fucking mobs. I'll get some training logs, and then you're leaving people in the open world. Now, I would make it to where it's reasonably resettable, like a once a week type deal, not something like it's every single day where you pick 5 rewards. But in general, it is like a once a week type deal to where every Monday it resets, and there is like every day there is like 2 or 3 side missions that shows up. And if you didn't play that day, well, you lost out on that side mission. So you lost out of possible additional rewards like hi-fi master copies or senior investigator logs or stuff like that. And again, I would incorporate TV mode back into ZZZ. I would do that as well. Give players options. There is nothing wrong. Like anyone that tells me that's the worst idea, I don't think they fucking really care about fucking video games. Because I'm going to straight up fucking say it, dude. What's wrong with giving fucking TV mode back in this game? Because I don't want to do it. So you don't want to do it. What if I make it as an optional setting that you don't have to do? Well, I still don't want to do it. I don't care you don't want to do it. I'm asking you what's wrong with putting it in the game. What's wrong with giving players of different backgrounds, different ways of playing the game? If there's people who like TV mode, make some mini TV mode shit and just throw it in there and give it to the TV mode people. They'll be happy with that shit. Boom, you're done. People like exploration, give them more stuff in exploration. Boom, they're done. Options are not a problem. When your options are limited, that's when I see there's a problem. This is why I would definitely 100% bring back fucking goddamn TV mode no matter what. I would bring it fucking back. I would find a way of incorporating it better that, you know, to try to appeal to the people who hate TV mode, to try to get them to like it again. But for the people who really do like TV mode and really want to experience it, I would find a way of incorporating it back into the game to appeal to them.
The little ones and I are all rested now.
There is limited dev power. Yeah, there is. And there's also cost effectiveness. I'm not saying you have to update TV mode every single fucking day. You throw in like 2 new TV mode stages in a month. Right? You just like throw 2 of them in there. Boom, done. You make them resettable. They're done. It doesn't have to be extensive. It's just enough to appeal to that 5%. You make the 5% happy? What's wrong with that? Let's say 5% of the ZZ community really likes TV mode. What's wrong with appealing to that 5% by just even going take some stuff from the story mode and recycling it? Just go ahead and recycle it. Fucking redo the prophecy a little bit. Make it to where it doesn't last for fucking 2 hours. Make it where it lasts for like 30 minutes. Rehash it. Push it. The people who like TV mode, yeah, guess what? You got fucking a rehashed fucking version of the prophecy, and boom, you got TV mode. You're happy, right? Let's make some mini games. Let's turn TV mode into an arcade mini game where you can play through multiple stages. Boom, you got a whole new arcade game. It's like saying it's like if you're saying you like TV, but you never play them, devs will never update it. No, I'm saying is that there's, let me put it this way. There's still people who play One Punch Man gotcha game, and it doesn't make no fucking money. And they keep it going because they have other things that is allowing it, but they want to keep that 2% of fucking population happy, so they keep updating it. There's still people who's playing Devil May Cry Peak of Combat. That game only makes maybe like fucking $100,000 a fucking month. The game's not dead, but they're trying to keep what loyal fan base they got in that fucking happy by updating the game. Like, again, I'm just saying, you don't have to, like, even with them, they just throw like one event every fucking month. They don't even throw in like 2 or 3 fucking events. They only throw, I'm just saying, you could throw like one fucking hour-long TV session in this fucking game a month. Every single month, 1 hour TV mode. And it's something relatively stupid. It's rehashed for just the TV enjoyers. You don't have to do it. There's nothing saying you have to go do it. It's optional. What's wrong with giving options? This exploration world is a cost effectiveness right now. This is what replaced TV mode right now. But it doesn't mean it has to kill TV mode for the TV mode players. Dude, I keep seeing that guy. Like, dude, like, hold on. Let me dude, that I come running right here around the corner and I just stop and I almost assume, because I'm looking at this guy, right, that he's got, I always saw the first leg. I know it's crossed now because I can see both feet, but it looked like he only had one leg and the other leg is just dangling off to the side right there. It's like, dude, did that guy just get amputated? And then when I get close, like, oh no, there's a second guy that's right here. But from over here, from like a viewpoint, like right here, it looks like the dude has only got one leg and he fucking dropped his prosthetic leg on the ground from afar. Just my ADHD kicked in. Just saying. My ADHD kicked in. I'm sorry. Now I can't unsee that. No, I'm just saying in the true understanding facets of everything and how the fucking world actually is and everything, I'm a firm believer that the more options you give players to do things, and it doesn't have to be big options. That's the problem. It doesn't have to be massively huge options. It doesn't have to be extraordinarily big. Sometimes the smallest updates are the ones that show the best. Again, let me counteract this point where some people would say, no, don't add TV mode back. Okay? Again, I'm saying that we're put TV mode back in here, but we put it as an optional state, right? And they're small. Right? They're very tiny stages just to appeal. It is like, where is it? Get out of this real quick. Go here. Go to the inner outpost. Choing. Make sure I'm remembering this correctly, because I was doing them for a little bit and I stopped doing them. I mean, I didn't find it was too bad. It's under the investigation, right? Yeah, I did the area 3. I didn't do 4 and such. I was doing this. Like, keep updating this. Make a little bit of a new game mode. Maybe condense this down. Maybe make this a little bit easier. Whatever. Just do something here. It doesn't have to be big. Maybe once every 2 months, you add a new fucking section or whatever. Boom, 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 boom. And it continues growing and growing and growing and growing. You know what that just shows? You know what that shows? That shows that the devs care enough about all the players, not just some of the players. Not saying that the devs don't care about players, but what I'm saying, little updates, little things, something that it might take them 2 or 3 months before they put it in the game, but we know it's coming in the game. We know another TV mode is going to come into the game or something, right? You might not be interested in it. But for the person who is interested in it, for them, it shows that the devs haven't forgotten them and that the devs care about them. And that speaks volumes more than just throwing something out. This will be my argument, like I said, to someone like Arikado. This is the way I would have approached it versus how Josh did it. Josh came off very condescending. I am not going to lie. I am going to argue that one. But he came off, in my personal opinion, very condescending to Arikado. He judged a book's cover without actually reading the book. And I'm the type of person here who is trying his best when I do my content. Some people I can't do this with. But the mass majority, when you guys, especially when y'all guys send me videos and DMs and you post it in the Discord and I look at them, I try my best as much as possible to understand it from the perspective of what they're coming from. Sometimes I don't meet eye and eye. Sometimes the take is actually really that bad that I gotta be like, dude, I don't get this. Maybe there's something I'm missing, but this just seems retarded. Right? but I'm going to sit there and I'm going to be like, okay, let's play devil's advocate. Let's try to take their argument and let's try to understand their argument. Because sometimes you understand new and different perspectives. Arikado, I think that his perspective, while, maybe considering it a little bit sarcastically harsh, scrapping TV mode, I think could have been handled a hell of a lot better. I think that if he would have handled it like ALG, to where he would have tried to came more off on, try to meet Arikado in the middle ground, try to understand his point of view, and then play as devil's advocate afterwards, that his take would have been taken a lot better. But otherwise, that last part, calling Arikado worse than St. Tonus, I don't care how many people get upset with me. I would expect that anyone who has a friend that gets attacked like that would be doing the same thing. Would be trying to explain that this man over here isn't what you think he is. He's not worse than St. Tonus. This man over here has an opinion. He may be misinformed on a couple of different things. We can have a conversation, not just just basically blankly go ahead and put a title on him. Arikado's not a Doom poster. Arikado's a great guy. And 100%, I'm going to defend him. Simple as that. Yes, very much so. Aricot is a neutral party. I need to put the bot back on. I keep forgetting that it's broken and it doesn't work like it used to. Let me see if I can get it working. Like, what I legitimately need to do is I need to actually stop streaming one fucking day and just work on all the stream shit. I actually agree with Claire on that one. They could actually return TV mode back into ZZZ through events. Simple fucking event that just comes up right here. Boom. Just like this. Ta-da. And you go fucking do it. Walla bing, walla boom. And you get your rewards out of it, right? The thing is that TV mode needs to be rehauled if they add it. Like, you just can't throw fucking TV mode back like it used to fucking be and just fucking call it done. When we're talking about like TV mode being added back in the game, we're talking the fashion of we're going to rehash it. We're going to try to rework it in another fashion. And like, to me, when I did do some of the TV mode shit, right? There is some of them that was actually really fun. Take the ones that I think people like they would have fun, which is basically the minigame ones. The ones that were minigames. The hell? Did someone just knock on my door? Oh. The dog was knocking on my door. Okay. Not really. I'm fine right now. I'm actually going to probably pop off here in a little bit. So... TV mode needs innovation. It just can't come back how it was. Exactly. That's what I'm saying. Like, TV mode. You know how I would see like TV mode being added in here, like at an event or as a type of game? This is going to sound stupid, right? But what if TV mode was a board game? Like, the entire aspect of it is you go into TV mode and it's a board game to where you have agents that you can use as like kind of like chess pieces. Okay? They can make some kind of fucking game around this. But the thing is that I got like a monitor. I got like a whole entire board that has like, let's say, out of all my agents, trial agents, whatever, let's say I got 6 pieces. And each 6 of these pieces, it represents a different agent at a different level or whatever. And the idea is that you move a piece, and it's kind of turn-based in a sense. The enemy moves a piece, and then when both these pieces hit one another, boom. It's like fucking Yu-Gi-Oh! You go into a fucking arena, and you got like your Monotone that versus the enemy, and whoever wins outcomes, and the pieces remain with the whatever remaining HP is on it, basically. I think something like that would be fun. Kind of like the Prophecy, kind of like it, but what I'm saying is that it's a board game that's like chess or checkers. And when both pieces hit each other, that's when it loads and it goes into the fucking fight. And then you're in control of whatever age there is, and you go fight. It's not team-based no more. It's 1v1 scenario or something to that effect, and you just go through like a board game in the sense until like one player's pieces are all completely gone. Or you could maybe do like the Prophecy, or you could do like a turn-based game or something like that. Yeah, kind of like Fire Emblem. That would be what I'm going to get at. Like, I remember a few fun things in TV mode. I'm not gonna lie. The fucking, like, I love the fact that they used to make, like, all, like, the Bomberman shit. They made the Space Invaders, where you got to shoot upwards and you're using the TV as the background and you're just going through. The Virus one, I remember when I did play ZZZ, they had this one event that was like TVs, but it was like a side scroll that was going really fast where you got to go up you got 3 TVs up and there's like 5 TVs down and you got to go break through walls and shit and you got to eat all the viruses. So you got to pass all quote unquote the firewalls, eat the viruses, and you got to go up and down. Like, I remember those kind of events, those kind of TV modes, which I thought was really fucking fun. And that's what I wish that they would do. Just make TV mode fun. Not do this long, extravagant fucking pathing and all this other fucking bullshit. It is just straight up fun. I want to watch another video real quick.
Meet Norax. Norax is what we in the Zenless Zone Zero community calls a quote-unquote anomaly shill. Norax is an anomaly agent enjoyer. That means whenever Norax sees an agent with this badge, he goes berserk. Norax believes the only way to enjoy Zenless Zone Zero to the fullest is by pulling for hot anomaly agents to fill his needs. The story of Norax started out as any other ZZZ individual. Norax picked up Zenless because of the funny anomaly agents they released. They stirred something within Norax. Norax sees smoking hot anomaly babe, Norax neuron explodes. For Norax believe the only way to cure his depression is by pulling for said hot character. Jane Doe? Check. Yanagi? Of course. Miyabi? Sure, why not? This compels Norax into believing the one true supremacy is the anomaly one. Because why learn the complicated stun window and utilizing your DPS to the fullest when you can just click a button, fill up the anomaly gauge, and the boss freaking dies? Norax doesn't want to learn skill-based agent, dubbing other DPS units besides anomaly as too difficult to understand. Norax goes into Deadly Assault and Chiyu defense, picked out his favorite element which he can breeze through, and spam his way towards getting S rank on everything. Butcher and Pompeii? Just Jane Doe and Bernice it. Marionettes and Typhoon? Let Miyabi and Yanagi handles it. Norax believed this actually required skills to perform, rather than shamelessly button smash his way to victory. Norax sees other DPS agents like Haramasa and Zuyuan as too difficult to play. And Norax treats all other Rupture units as glorified attackers to his standard. Norax goes online and expresses his opinion on why Anomaly is the best class in the game. At least that's where all the hot female agents currently resides in. Like no, seriously, I gotta break character a little bit here. Why isn't there any male anomaly agent? Like, Hoyo, what the hell? Anyway, I digress. Norax blatantly convinced other ZZZ enjoyers that they shouldn't be pulling for any other form of DPS. Cause why should they? If Norax can clear everything with Jindo, Mommy, and Gang, there is no need to invest in other such units. One day, while scrolling through internet reels, complaining about how BS the new Defiler boss is against Anomaly Agent, Norak spotted someone oddly familiar. Why, that's none other than Gray, the exact opposite of Norax. Gray is what's known in the community as an attacker shield. Gray only pulls for attacker agent, since he believes the real way of playing Zenless Zone Zero is with a well-rounded team, consists of one stunner, one support, and one attacker. Gray spent the majority of his time studying and learning the most optimal way to fully utilize his stun window. Gives Gray a support, a stunner with Wenjin, an attacker with Wenjin, or Gray retires. Gray sees Anomaly unit as obsolete and refuses to believe Miyabi is an actual Anomaly character. Even though he freaking uses Miyabi, reluctantly of course. Gray believes attacker agents take actual skills to learn, unlike Anomaly, which he deems as brainless button smashing. For he is the one true attacker enjoyer. Yuan, how wonderful. Evelyn, why the best fire DPS of all time that is. Hugo? Sign me up. Gray goes into Deadly Assault, sees Anomaly Butcher and Miasmic Fiend. Gray gets mad, goes online, proceeds to bicker with other attacker shields about how all the boss in DA all relies on Anomaly buff. Gray does get Hoyo attention to release 2 new attacker agents that could help his account, but he's still mad. Gray believes Trigger is the very best agent outside of attackers, treating her like the second coming of Bangbu Christ, as he treats all other Rupture agents as fake attacker agents. Gray blatantly convinced other ZZZ players that Hugo and Ellen is actually better than Miyabi, and Sanbi over Yanagi every single day. Gray also tells people to invest heavily in attacker agents, with their Wenjins of course. Cause why have a comfy clear in Shiyu or DA when you can have the most optimal build there is with a perfect 1-to-2 crit ratio? One day, Gray decided to go onto the internet as he was about to post about how Seed, Orphe, and Sanbi should be in tier 0. Gray spotted someone oddly familiar. And that, kids, is how your parents met. Norax and Gray, both sides of the same coin. They both refuse to play each other's units, believing Anomaly/Attacker is the only way to play the game. And they believe pulling for only a single class is the right way to invest in their account.
Is there actually
both
people
put
like
their support
this?
on the highest pedestal, aka Trigger and Yuzuha. Kinda crazy that both of them also share the same support, i.e. Astra and Caesar, but whatever, I suppose. Norax hates how complicated a stun/attacker comp is, as he still can't build the Anomaly bar fast enough to deal big damage. And Gray hates how Anomaly comp feels when they deal any significant damage outside of the stun window. And both suffers greatly in Deadly Assault when either the Defiler or the Miasma Fiend starts to come back to the rotation. Norax and Gray also hates the DA buffs that each other receive. An attacker buff that increases an agent crit damage and attack by having 1 or 2 attackers in their squad? Norax hates it. An Anomaly buff that increases an agent's AM, AP, and gives attack increase to Anomaly? Gray hates it. Although they don't see eye to eye in the moment, they could all agree on one thing. Both of them hates Rupture. Because both of them knew the next boss in Shiyu and DA will freaking wreck them, since their account is nothing more than a big freaking gimmick. As both of them cry, suffering from defeat, knowing they could do a whole lot better by pulling each other's units. But their account is so long gone that it is now considered to be a bricked up account. Let this be a lesson to all of you who wants to be like Norax or Gray. Invest wisely and don't choose a single class to dump all of your pulls in. Or ignore this warning completely and try to do the complete exact opposite and double down on your investment for even more anomaly/attacker agent. Whatever makes you happy, I suppose.
Am I so out of touch?
God damn.
Anyway, thanks for watching. I tried to make more of a funnier type of video this time, so I do hope it works out. I'm still trying to refine my scripting and my editing and stuff, so hopefully this won't impact my other videos that much. But hey, thanks for watching. I do hope you enjoyed that bit. Shout out to both Norax and Gray for being part of this video. Here's their Discord handler if you want to harass them for some reason. And thank you to my channel membership. By sacrificing $1, you'll be amongst the...
Bro, if there... I guess there is people who would be like, you know, strip. I need to do something real quick. I guess there would be people who would be like that. Like, I'm anomaly only. I'm attacker only. Dude, that is so dumb. Like, you should be investing, right, in your account. Like, for general purpose. Like, you should at least have something to be able to deal with situations. I mean, as strong as anomaly is, as strong as different things are, like, we should. I'm going to join his Discord. Screw it. Why not? I want to be part of the Church of the Bang Boo. I could create him a song for the Church of the Bang Boo. Like, I like different content creators on this. I mean, it's it's funny. It's just that I'm gonna put it like this. Like, thinking of it like this, like just thinking of like people who are like, I'm a attack agent only. I'm a thing, and I'm sitting here and I'm just like, I like them all. Like, there's certain things I like more than others. Like, I'm gonna be honest. Like, anything that's not Miyabi, I fucking like it. I'm a Miyabi hater. I'll always be a Miyabi hater. And I only hate Miyabi not because I hate Miyabi. I hate Miyabi because of fucking Virgil. That's the funny thing. Like, the reason why I don't like Miyabi is because I don't like Virgil anymore. Because, like I said this before, there is just way too many, in my personal opinion, way too many fucking Virgils in this fucking world. Every fucking game is trying to copy fucking Virgil, man. That's why when I saw Monotone and I saw him do the bashy bash, I was like, that's Nero! And I was so fucking excited. It's like, it's not Virgil no more. Oh, it's spoiling the boss. I don't think anyone wants to see that because it's spoiling the boss. If we've been fighting like the Wandering Hunter or something, I would have watched it. No, what this stream was all about basically today was... What's this?
How to tame a wild...
Might want to stop promoting LDSHOP. Try to buy some polychroms. My card was declined to accept the transaction because it was flagged as a security risk. I had a similar issue like that. I'm not sure if the same is going to be about you, but ever since, because I never had an issue with LDSHOP, right? I never had an issue with LDSHOP or any transactions out of the country before. But for some reason, like, my card started doing that shit as well, to where, like, when I would purchase, like, from a top-up site, or I would go ahead and I would purchase from, like, even, like, straight up, like, some different places that I would use a VPN to get some shit that would be in a different currency, because I have a Visa card, so, I mean, it should work no matter what. Never had an issue before. my fucking bank started fucking stopping this shit because apparently they're having an issue with fucking the shit with especially with China. They're having an issue with overseas transactions. I'm like, what the fuck? And the lady on the fucking line is like, yeah, you could blame the federal government most likely for this with all the transactionals that's going through. You can kind of blame them for this. Like, huh? What? Why? I don't know. It's been happening, and it's not just like LDSHOP that's been happening to me with. Like, I would buy shit off like the PSN network that would be in Japanese currency and shit, and like it won't go through. Then I actually have to call my fucking bank. Fucking, they would be like, "Did you make this purchase?" Yeah, and it wouldn't go through. There was a fucking website that I would try to buy some shit from that I've always bought all my fucking figurines and shit from. That my fucking card declined, and it's a fucking goddamn fucking company from China. I'm blaming it on the fucking tariff shit. Actually, that's also another thing, Jago, is I also had to end up switching to PayPal. Like, this is something that recently started fucking happening with me. And it's not just like LDSHOP. Like, when it fucking happened with LDSHOP, I contacted LDSHOP. They said there's nothing blocking my card. It's the bank that's blocking the card. Then I was like, okay, well, let me do a different top-up site. I went to fucking Loot Bar. Fucking same shit. I went to several different places. Even here. Right? I come here. I said, fuck it. I was going to buy it from straight right here. It got blocked. I can't go past the $14.99 on Hoyle versus fucking goddamn shit because it is based in fucking China. That my card will decline it. Anything over $14.99, my card will decline it when it comes to a Chinese transaction. I can't explain it. Even on the Hoyoverse client itself, I'm blocked.
Fox.
All right, you little criminal. Remove that shirt this instant or I'll dry you, die.
The fuck?
Whoa, Zhu Yuan. That's a pretty good interrogation trick.
What trick?
This is a crime, an injustice, an insult to humanity. Let our boy Wise go. Take me instead.
Hey, Proxy. I was looking for you. Want to come my place?
Huh?
Officers, I'm older than one of you.
I just want to buy groceries. No need to be so eager. This snack isn't going anywhere.
Junior disciple.
Sina Fufu, you can join me if you like.
The car is craving for some thou sustenance.
Evelyn, you seem very drunk right now.
Huh? I'm now drunk.
Come on, let's go. I'll take you home.
No! I want to drink more.
No, you can't. You already drank too much today.
I told you, I'm not drunk.
Okay, I got it. I can't believe she's so cute when she's drunk.
My hitman turned bodyguard can't be this cute.
Evelyn's still the hottest. Evelyn is still gonna be the fucking hottest goddamn fucking character in ZZZ. No one can change my mind. No one can fucking change my goddamn mind.
There it is.
This song is dedicated to the world. Don't cross the line.
Welcome. For the past couple of months, I've been working on something special. A tool that will help you clear end content in Zenless Zone Zero. And with a little bit of practice, increase your scores. By tracking the abilities you use and setting the timers on screen, you will only have to focus on improving your gameplay. But before I show you how it works, I need to explain to you how everything started. I wanted to try a gacha game, but I wasn't looking for a colorful fantasy world. And I tried games like Soccer Spirits and Black Clover, but they were just not for me. So yeah, finding a game that I could actually enjoy made me really skeptical. And that's when I crossed paths with ZZZ. A teaser video of Su Yuan popped in my feed. Due to her banner being 1 week away, and for 2 good reasons, I went straight to download the game. The main reason I downloaded the game was for the lore. I always enjoy a good story, and the world building of ZZZ is just amazing. The retro post-apocalyptic setting, the diverse characters, the hacker protagonists, and the main storyline, all of it had me eagerly waiting for the next patch to see how the story resolves. Honestly, I wasn't expecting or even looking for hardcore gameplay in a gacha title, because those games usually focus on appealing to a wide audience to sell more characters. So with that mentality, I focused myself to play casually, enjoy the story, and collect new characters with the monthly pass. But everything changed with the 1.4 release. The game did a 180-degree flip, the puzzles and the roguelite endgame were no longer the main focus, and the main story got dumped away. In exchange, the combat became more thrilling, with the inclusion of character ultimates, animation cancel mechanics, and manual chain attacks. I was happy about the new features, but I still had mixed feelings about the game's focus, since the things that got me into the game were no longer here. But suddenly, and when I least expected, I found this video.
One day and another day, tick around and the flow shakes.
The fuck, Vivian.
With the introduction of Karumasa and the complexity of the character lit up the hardcore player inside me, and this factor made me keep playing the game for more time. Things got even better with the release of Evelyn. I wasn't planning on getting her at first. Her design felt a bit plain to me when I compare her to the Sons of Calydon or Victoria housekeeping characters. I thought about skipping her, but since I didn't have Soldier 11, I knew Fire Week content would be tough without a fire character on my team. After playing her for a while, she quickly became one of my favorite characters. And I wanted to play her with Hormone Punk, but keeping the timers on my head was just not possible. And that's when the idea of this project hit me. I have a degree as a software developer, and I wanted to put my hands on machine learning and object tracking. That way, maybe I could improve my LinkedIn. So I found this as a good opportunity for me to learn something new. And on February 27th, I started this journey. At first, I was improving the app little by little. But unfortunately, in September, I got laid off. And finding a new job as a software developer is tough, especially at the end of the year. And with too many companies announcing cutoffs, I am in a tough situation. So before
I get your job right now if you want it.
Or me having to work at a Starbucks while I find something new, I decided to commit to this project and see how it goes. And that brings us to where we are now.
Like no bullshit, get him a job right now if you wanted it.
This isn't sponsored by HoYoverse in any way, and all the assets used inside the app belong to their IP. This is just a fan-made project made by me. How does the application work? The app watches your gameplay, takes screenshots, and updates the UI based on what it detects. As of now, it can recognize X special attacks, evasive assists, quick assists, defensive assists, and anomaly effects. It can also detect ultimate animations, but that feature is still being tested and didn't make it into this video. When one of these effects is triggered, looks through your build, and if the conditions align, the timers run on the screen. That way, you don't have to keep timers on your head and just focus on improving your gameplay.
That's pretty
My
cool.
intent with this application is to help the top-notch players to complete Deadly Assault, Critical Node, and the End Tower. If you want early access to the app, I'll be running a closed beta for my Patreon supporters starting on November 5th. The first version will include Astra, Evelyn, and Lighter, and I'll be adding new teams every week or two. As for who comes next, I will let my Patreons decide. But that's not all. I will also pick 10 random comments from this video to give full access to the closed beta. Just leave your in-game ID, server, and which team you like to see next. I will contact the winners directly in-game to send them their access. In the future, I will also give YouTube members access to the app, probably after I reach 1000 subscribers and YouTube allows me to have members. So I'll be posting more videos to help reach that point. For now, I will leave you with a few runs using the overlay. I'm not the best player, so don't expect anything too crazy, but I hope you enjoy it anyway. Thanks for watching and see you soon!
It's the concert. I'll protect you from any danger.
Oh, that is so cool.
Good.
Legitimately, that actually should be in the game. Oh, that's actually...
Gotcha now.
Don't cross the line. That's the advantage.
There it is.
Nothing reaches my defense. Your journey ends with me. The threat is still active.
Make way for the undefeated champion!
I mean, that is something that should be already in the game, to be honest. Like, they could totally add it, like, right above or right below the fucking life bars up here. But, I mean, it's cool that he's doing it. I think I know a bunch of people who would fucking love this right here.
Nothing reaches my defense.
You might subscribe.
There it is.
This song is dedicated to the world.
Don't cross the line. Keep up the pressure.
This one's a real crowd pleaser.
And since it takes screenshots, this mod doesn't actually affect the game's coding in any which way, shape, form, so at that fucking point in time, you don't get banned for it.
I pledge my honor!
Nothing reaches my defense.
Gotcha now.
Don't cross the line. The best defense is a strong offense.
Don't let up.
Heads up. Final warning.
I think that's pretty cool, actually. You can see it right here. Not active. Not, yep, it activated.
I'm unstoppable!
Don't cross the line. Nothing reaches my defense. Nothing slips through my defense.
Wait, does it show the effect of it just shows when it's active or not active. And it's only working for Astra and Evelyn and Lighter if they're using Hormone Pump, Astro Voice, and Summit. Does that? I apologize, guys. I'm getting a little tired. Oh, Evelyn against Priest is fucking fun as shit. That's actually not bad. It's a fucking cool ass project. I agree. Got anything else? Or that was just...
Welcome. Before we start, I want to take a moment to thank you all for the support on my first video, which is already close to reaching 1000 views. To all the people that subscribed and helped this channel start on the right path. And I would also like to give a special thank you to Defend, Ash and Steve Gamerson for becoming my first Patreon supporters. Your contribution means a lot to me, and helps the channel grow. By the way, Zentrack is now live. If you want to improve your scores with Astra, Evelyn and Lighter, there are still some free spots available for those who want to try the beta. You can participate by checking out my previous video and following the instructions there. And one more thing, I want to announce the next 2 teams coming to Zentrack. The first will be Hugo, Lighter and Lycon, and the second one will be Soldier 11, Lighter and Astra. If you want to be notified when they are released, I'll be posting updates on my YouTube, Discord and Patreon, whichever is easier for you to follow. So don't forget to subscribe and turn on notifications. Today, I want to introduce Marcado Desire to Zentrack. Many of you might recently join ZZZ and might not have this W engine yet, so I can only hope the developers find a way to bring it back in future patches. Still, I think it's a great weapon to track and a good example of how Zentrack.
What the fuck? Okay. You know she's running away with that shit. Fucking knew it. I fucking knew it. Either she was gonna run away with it or she was gonna fucking do something and she sniffed it. It fucking same shit. Alright. I'm gonna end it early. I am actually fucking tired. I'm going to get me some fucking real sleep for a change. What the fuck?
Surprise, motherfucker.
Was listening to you at work, and when you mentioned your chess idea, it reminded me of MK Deception chess mode. Thanks for the nostalgia. By the way, promote Jacob. Jacob. All right, you want me to promote? Okay, hold on. We don't have to go just yet. When we promote him, I'll promote him. Very simple. This is how you promote him. Imagine. Moon, you don't have to donate, bro. Like, I'm not sure if it was you last time that donated. Like, you don't have to donate. You can just fucking straight up just be a 99 cents proxy member. You're fine. But hey, you want a longer one? Here's the longer one. God, Killer Instinct was such a fucking good game. Can we not get like a Killer Instinct 2? Oh, you already are, Proxy. Never mind. God damn! That's just like, you don't even have to do that shit. That's just fucking a sign that says, fuck you, I'm a badass. Kiss my fucking ass, bro.
I'm afraid your path ends here.
Like, let me tell you something, right? Okay. You know, like in Guilty Gear fucking Strive, right? It's made on short combos, really, to be honest. It's not really made on doing long, extensive combos. And I was working with a friend of mine. I was teaching him Guilty Gear Strive, and he wanted to play Biken. And this motherfucker, I'm trying to tell him the basic bread and butter combos and everything of what to do with Biken. This motherfucker said, fuck you, I don't want to do that shit. And starts fucking doing these long, extensive combos. I'm like, dude, you're not doing damage because they got a gut system and everything. You have to fucking set up. He's like, I don't want to set up. I'm like, what is the fucking point then of what you're trying to do here? And straight up, his entire point of what he was trying to accomplish and what he was trying to do was go ahead, right? And make these long extensive combos to make a message. That when he played against someone online, yeah, I'm not doing no damage. It's the message of the fucking combo. To tell that person they could suck it. And I'm just like, you do you, boo-boo. And straight up, that's what he was fucking doing. He went straight into it doing that shit exactly. Ay, ay, ay. So, alrighty. I might come back later, but otherwise, I'm going to call it for now. You guys have a good night if I don't see you again.